Bismillah, siapa yang pilih? Pilih motionnya. Okay, and the motion is?
The motion today, this House believes that starting school at 5 a.m. brings the positive impact to student learning.
Thank you so much. You can return to your friends and prepare yourself to go to the front. Okay. So, Bapak Ibu yang lain tadi sudah dengar ya? Bapak Ibu pendamping sudah dengar ya? Mosinya adalah, this house believe that starting school at 5 a.m. brings the positive impact to students' learning. Okay. So we'll give you a minute to prepare the things you need to take forward to the podium or to your benches. Okay? Now we will invite competitors from SMA Negeri 1 Jerebuu to the government bench, and also from SMA Negeri 1 Restorasi Wolomeze to the opposition bench. Kita ini lupa, kita mulai kegiatan kita tadi belum doa. Is it okay if we take a minute for a prayer? Romo, kayaknya kita perlu bimbingan Roh Kudus nih. Bukan kayaknya, kita butuh. Bisa kan Romo? Iya. Tidak apa-apa ya, kita ambil jeda sedikit, kita doa dulu ya. Kita ini hari mulai, saya harus diingatkan Romo, harus ingat saya. Ya, I think we should so
Indonesian or English? Just in Indonesian.
Indonesia saja.
Okay. Baik, Bapak Ibu, teman-teman, anak-anak yang beragama Katolik ikuti acara berdoa Katolik yang saya pimpin. Let's stand up. Dalam nama Bapa dan Putra dan Roh Kudus. Amin. Allah Bapa kami di surga, kami tidak henti-hentinya berterima kasih karena Engkau memberikan kesempatan bagi kami untuk bertumbuh. Semoga Roh-Mu menyertai kami sehingga pertumbuh kembangan anak-anak dan kami semua pada akhirnya bermuara pada kemuliaan nama-Mu. Semoga Engkau melindungi kami sehingga apa yang kami lakukan dan apa yang kami hasilkan membuat kami lebih percaya akan kasih-Mu yang menyertai kami. Bapa kami yang ada di surga, dimuliakanlah namamu, datanglah kerajaanmu, jadilah kehendakmu di atas bumi seperti di dalam surga. Berilah kami rezeki pada hari ini, dan ampunilah kesalahan kami, seperti kami pun mengampun yang bersalah kepada kami. Dan janganlah masukkan kami ke dalam pencobaan, tapi bebaskanlah kami dari yang jahat. Tuhan bersamamu. Semoga kita sekalian dilindungi dan dibimbing oleh berkat Allah yang Maha Kuasa, Bapa, Putra, dan Roh Kudus.
Thank you so much, Rom. Ini baru kita tenang ya mulai. Apalagi kita ada di seminari, kita wajib lah ya. Di rumah kita harus doa ya, tahan-tahan walaupun tanpa berkat Romo. Thank you so much Romo for that. And so now we can start our activity today, and we will start by asking the government team to introduce your team members, please. Kenalan ya.
Good morning all. Thank you for the time and James given to our team. Let me introduce my name is Maria Yuliani Maunage, of first speaker from government team, and my friend.
My name is Maria Serlinda Boki. I am second speaker.
My name is Francisca Ingridano, third speaker. Thank you.
Okay, thank you government team. Now the opposition team, can you please introduce your team members?
Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen, the adjudicators, timekeeper, moderator, and all the participants in English debate competition. Thank you for the time and opportunity that has given to me. First of all, I would like to thank to Almighty God because of His blessing and mercy, so we can gather in this place in a good condition. Ladies and gentlemen, we are from SMA Negeri 1 Restorasi Wolomeze. In this good occasion, let me introduce my team. My name is Maria Dominika Lama. I am standing here as a leader of opposition and also reply speaker. And my friend,
my name is Katarina Ngindang. I am standing here as a deputy of opposition. Thank you.
My name is Christiani Soy. I am standing here as third speaker from opposition team. Thank you.
Thank you so much, both teams. Now, before we start our competition, I would like to also reintroduce our honorable judges. That's on the far left, that's Mr. Alphonse Colo, English subject supervisor and also supervisors coordinator in Ngada district, and also Mr. Edelwitu in the middle, an English lecturer in STKIP Symbiosis in Ende, and Mr. Jenirato, also an English supervisor in Ngada district. Yeah? So thank you judges for being here and being ready for judging our competitors today, and also all educators, supporters, teachers, and supporting teams from each competing teams today. Thank you so much for supporting our students for being here and getting ready for today's competition. And so I don't have to repeat the regulations, the rules you already know. We are using ASEAN parliamentary competition style or system, right? And you will be given 20 minutes to prepare yourself. And also later on, three speakers will be given 7 minutes. Yeah? After the first minute and also after the 6th minute, there will be warning bell, from here to inform you guys that you are not allowed to do the POI. Yeah? After the first minute, you can start doing your POI, Ya, kalau ada bel bisa POI setelah 1 menit. Nanti bisa juga cek dengan waktu di sana ya. You can check out on the timing there. And then on the 6th minute there will be another warning bell to let you know that you're not allowed to do the POI anymore. Okay? So that the speaker can finish or can resume their speech. And then there will be another person for the reply speaker from each team that will be given 4 minutes without POI. Okay? That's it. So I'll give you 20 minutes to prepare the motion. This House believes that starting schools at 5 a.m. brings the positive impact to students' learning. Your time starts now. Okay, time's up for the preparation. Now, let's get ready. Yeah? So, the first chance will be given to the government team of the House and Prime Minister. Dari jari Bu ya. Prime Minister Miss Maria Yulianin Maunage, Yuyun ya. Could you please present your arguments for the promotion, for the motion, please. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Thanks for the time and opportunity to our team. I respect the jury, the participant in the English debate competition. Ladies and gentlemen, the motion today, this House believes that starting school at 5 a.m. bring the positive impact to student learning. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Premier Minister of this House and this House believes starting school at 5 a.m. bring the positive impact to student learning. Based on this motion as a government team, we agree with this motion that we debate today. We take 3 keywords. The art school, positive impacts, and student learning. School is educational institution designed to provide learning space and learning environment from the teaching of students under the direction of teachers.
Interruption, please.
No thanks. Positive impacts in something, they give us something, countries, student learning is process of learning something that by the student.
Interruption, please.
No thanks. Ladies and gentlemen, as a government team, we truly agree with this motion. Starting school at 5 a.m.
Interruption, please.
Yes, please.
Thank you for the time that has given to me. If they have to start at 5 a.m., it means that they have to go to school at least 30 minutes before it. They have to prepare all the things, for example, or taking shower, breakfast, and etc. This will make students thus have time to prepare all of it. As consequence, they will come late to school. What do you think about it?
Okay, thank you. And swear your suggestion for my government team. The art school positive impacts and student learning. School is an education institution designed to provide learning space and learning environment for the teaching of students under the direction of teachers. Positive impact is something that gives something contributes. Student learning is process of learning something that done by the student. Okay, I will continue my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, as government team, we truly agree with this motion. Starting school 5 a.m. bring the positive impact to student learning. As we know, it's not that this possibility was by the governor of Nusa Tenggara Timur. He said the reason to make this because of many students cannot pass the best state university as Nusa Tenggara governor. As Nusa Tenggara governor processed to the provincial education energies, the senior high school should start AM to boost proficiency among teachers and students. As a government team, we found some reasons the starting school.
Please.
The starting school at 5 a.m. bring the positive impact, especially in student learning. Ladies and gentlemen, starting school at 5 a.m. bring positive impacts. The student, there is no thanks. Impacts in student learning. Here we have some reasons that support our today.
Interruption, please.
Yes, please.
Thank you for the time that has given to me. I will question for you. What the purpose of school at 5 a.m.? Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, starting school at 5 a.m. bring positive impacts in student learning. Here we have some reasons. I will continue my argument. The first reason is giving people morning situation. The second is making fresh brain. The third is brain work maximum, and the last is rest productive. I as Prime Minister of this House will explain one reason of that. It is giving peaceful morning situation. One, giving peaceful morning situation. When starting school 5 a.m., give us peaceful morning situation.
Intervention, please.
Yes, please.
I disagree with you because my opinion, I'm dream of improving discipline and building students' character. In those have to be done by going to school at 5 in the morning. For example, school could consequence implementing programs that encourage students to participate in extracurricular activities such as support or volunteering, which can help building character and teach discipline. In addition, school can offer time meditation and study in class 13 to help students better manage their learning at development good study habits. What do you think about it? Thank you.
Okay. Studying in a good environment can reduce stress and make the student learn and to activities more effective and in noise place. This can bring the positive impact to student learning. I will continue my argument. Focus is not defeat on other things when studying at other times such as the night or in the afternoon. Of course, the situation that fits is natural situation. You won't get that if school 5 a.m. because the conditions are still good, that way you can focus more on studying. Correct date and focus is one of the important things in studying or learning. Peaceful morning situation is to create the quiet environment so that the student can absorb the material easily the taught at school. The teachers don't waste their time to teach again about the same material. Because of this peaceful morning situation, the student will thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. So the time spent is 7 minutes and 23 seconds. Okay, so now is the opportunity for the leader of the opposition team to refute or to give your to respond to the case built by the Prime Minister. Time is yours.
Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen, the adjudicators, timekeeper, moderator, and all the participants in English debate competition. Thank you for the time and opportunity that has given to me. First of all, I would like to thank to Almighty God because of His blessing and mercy, so we can gather in this place in a good condition. Dear ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce myself. My name is Maria Dominika Lama. I am standing here as a first speaker from opposition team. I will deliver our arguments to support our motion today. Our motion today, this House believes that starting school at 5 a.m. brings the positive impact to students' learning. And we from the opposition team totally disagree with this motion. Ladies and gentlemen, school is a formal education institution that is responsible for students' education. Therefore, school must also make policies that not burden students. One of the team, the rule that school start at 5:10 in the morning. This from students to wake up at from in the morning or early to prepare for school can lead to sleep deprivation. This leads to sleep consequences such as the frequency, coinciding decrease on academic performance, then even depression. In education, by starting school at 5 in the morning, teachers may have to wake up early to finish their work. Of course, in effect, their personal lives in the fact teachers have a variety of responsibilities, including teaching, maintaining, giving assessment, and entertaining meetings. This they can add their already having workload, making in the individuality mention work balances. In other schools, no thanks. In older school employees, such as janice and elementary staff, are also affected by the early school starting. They have to end at school even early.
POI?
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. According to your argument that starting school at 5 a.m. bring the positive impact to student learning, not important, and you really maintain so. What do you think about this? Are strong reasons so that your argument is starting school at 5 a.m. bring the positive impacts to student learning? It's not important.
Could you repeat the question?
Okay. According to your argument that starting school at 5 a.m. bring the positive impact to student learning, it's not important, and you really maintain it. So, what do you think about this, and what are strong reasons so that your argument is starting school at 5 a.m. bring the positive impact student learning is not important?
Thank you for the time. I will try to answer question. School is a formal education institution that is responsible for students' education. Therefore, school must also make policies that are not burdening students. One of the theme is the rule that school start at 5 in the morning. Quoted from Compass ID, going to school to only has a negative impact on the health and well-being of students. Research show that training need leaders 8 to 10 hours of sleep and need to maintain their physical and mental health in face on optimal health. Thank you. Okay, I will continue my argument. Intro for 2024, the American Academic of Pediatrics Possible and Study entitled School Start Times for Adults that explosively sleep patterns and impact the early school start has on their health, well-being and academic achievement. Reserve building to the adolescent sleep working group. The community and adult sleep and the courses on school health beyond the early school starting time is significant contribution to sleep deficits among adults, which can have a negative impact on a significant contribution. Physical and mental health, academic achievement, and quality of life. Life of a whole research in recording and middle and high school start too early, then 8:30 a.m. to 10 things get enough sleep. Health in education, this suggests that schools should consider implementing policies to including healthy sleep habits among students, including limiting homework, accidents, and extracurricular activities that interfere with sleep, including physical activities and reducing screen time before bed. Starting school at 5 a.m. the morning has the. Thank you for that. Thank you.
Okay, so that was Maria Dominica Lama as leader of the opposition team. Thank you. Time spent for that was 7 minutes and 24 seconds. And it's now the chance is given for will be given for Deputy Prime Minister Maria Serlinda Oki. It's your turn to refute the statements provided by leader of opposition. Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you for the time that given to me. The Deputy Prime Ministers of the House will continue to explain more the why we support the motions today. Before that, my friends as a Prime Minister have explained about the first reason of starting school at 5 a.m. brings the positive impacts to student learning. He said about giving to peaceful morning situation. Now, I will continue. The next reasons are making fresh brain and brains worth maximum. Ladies and gentlemen, 2. Starting school at 5 a.m. also make fresh brain after an hour sleep. Of course, when you wake up, your brain will the fresh air. Starting to study when the brain is fresh can make it the easier to understand the material being studied. So I will make the day feel lingers and more
Interruption,
relaxed.
please.
No thanks. Learning does feel the have after getting up in the morning. You can
Interruption,
leave it.
please.
No thanks. You have first a while to breathe fresh air. Clean air helps to mean to be more.
Interruption,
relaxed.
please.
Yes, please.
Thank you for the time that has given to me. You said that starting school at 5 a.m. brings the positive impacts to students' learning. My question is can you mention which school that implement starting school at 5 a.m.? Thank you.
Okay, I will answer your question. Starting school at 5 a.m. also make fresh brain. After an hour sleep, of course, when you make up, your brain will feel fresh. Starting to study when the brain is fresh can make it easier to understand the material being studied. So I will make the day feel lingers as the more relaxed. I will continue my argument. The mood becomes colder so that it will have a positive impact of student learning. When studying at 5 a.m., the brain has not received stimulation or is still fresh. The condition of the brain is very good to be used for learning. The brain with receives simulations from what you read or see. You will still memorize what you learn. There are two main ways you can try to get up early, namely avoiding sleep too late. Next, turn on the alarm according. No thanks. At the time you want, the brain is more ready to absorb new information. When you just make it, the
Interruption,
brain.
please.
Yes, please.
Thank you for the time that has given to me. You said that starting school at 5 a.m. brings the positive impact on students' learning, but we from the opposition team totally disagree with this motion. My question is, how about the students who have housed that from the school? It is safe to go to school half a day time. Thank you.
Once again.
Once again.
You say that starting school at the 5 a.m. brings the positive impact on students' learning. But we from the opposition team totally disagree with this motion. My question is, how about the students who have house that from the school? It's safe to go to school at the time. Thank you.
Okay, I will answer your question. Brings the positive impacts in student learning, he said about giving the peaceful morning situation. Now I will continue the next sessions are making fresh brain and the brains work maximum. Thank you. I will continue my argument. There are two main ways you can try to get up early, namely avoiding sleeping too late. Next, turn on the alarm according to the time you went. The brain of the morning ready, you absorb new information. When you just wake up, the brain tends the fresh and ready to be given new information. At the 7 a.m., it also student for memorizing some the material taught at school. This is because it means that is still clear and not complemented by my things and makes the memorization process much easier to do. Fresh brain makes the student's brain more developed. It is situation conference every day. The student's brain will accordment about many things influence the learning process. Ladies and gentlemen, after waking up, the getting now the the student's body will feel fresher. If your energy is full again, that day also focus more on the studying. So school at 5 a.m. can centrally what make you lose sleep. So you can reset more optimally and sleep more optimal. That way you will not feel the focus more on studying. When studying in the morning, the not brain will not optimally to absorb information. So the morning is the perfect time to learning about figures and figures. This is because the brain works optimally in the morning, so I will be easier for you to absorb the material you are studying. School up the morning and the students can finish work early, so they don't have you worry about finish work. At 5 a.m. in the time when you means in the fresh, at not difference by other texts and contrast, no interruption and distraction. So that school at 5 a.m. brings positive impacts to students' learning. Thank you.
Thank you. So that was Ms. Celine Boki, Deputy Prime Minister from the government team, and the time span is 7 minutes and 16 seconds. Now it's the chance for the Deputy Leader of Opposition to review the arguments by the Deputy Prime Minister and also re-establish your arguments.
Okay, good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen, the adjudicators, timekeeper, mother reader, and all the participants in English debate competition. Thank you for the time and opportunity that has given to me. First of all, I would like to thank to Almighty God because of blessing and mercy, so we can garden in this place in good condition. Ladies and gentlemen, Jakarta CNN Indonesia, head of the AIDS Nusa Tenggara Child Protection Agency LPA Veronica Atta set the school entry palace at 5 Vita from class 12 SMK or SMA is prone to triggering sexual victims against the students. We know well, according to him, transportation is not too affordable for most students. Too many students who have been going to school at foot. This condition places students, children especially, more prone to becoming victims sexual violence. Her side, Veronica, believes that this policy, contrary to the spirit of the government and various elements to protect and protect children for the practice of sexual violence in addiction, such students could also fall a different school and not participate in the teaching and learning participation effectively. Ladies and gentlemen, students can also be stars and the enthusiasm for learning the research. According him, there is no correlation between discipline.
POI?
Yes, please. Second speaker.
Okay, thank you. What about the people or the students who has a problem head is the morning? Who can you distribute?
Okay, I will try to answer question. Because in terms of improving discipline and building students' character, in docent to be don't be going to school at 5 in the morning. From example, call consider implementing programs that encourage students to participate in extracurricular activities such sport or volunteering with character teach discipline. In addition, school can offer time management and studying skills sterling to help students better manage their learning. Okay, I continue my arguments. Intelligence with going to school 5 with Veronica. Therefore, we firmly reject this policy because it is causing misery to students, parents, and teachers, and level disturbing to community. The governor of NTT, Victor Bungtilula Skodat, issued the school entry rule at 5 Vita. This also caused controversy because 5 Vita was considered too early. So, what time is the ideal for children to go to school? Education psychologist Riza Utami Purbasari said that the ideal morning entry for school children is from 8 to 9 local time. Ideally, it 8 to 9 in the morning, so the point in dawn 8 grief, later that 8:30. So side wind, chondred. Ladies and gentlemen, that proud of the reason is because school is the early, meaning the child we were wake up earlier. It's called that the child net for sleep. It's true because I think there are still many activities to support the school not only pays attention to the hours of entry, but how long in talk to children to live and prepare for school. For example, if child enters at 5:08, the docent go to school the time, but earlier, imagine those hosts have to enter 5 a.m. What time do they leave? And what time did they wake up? Maybe someone wakes up 3 a.m. side chart. Even that hazard children's sleep needs must be met. Besides, going to school too early can affect children's sleep. Before going to school, children have to take a bath. Of course, taking a shower too early, for example, at 5 is not healthy. Men will school children enter at 8 or 9 in the morning. They will not trust to prepare themselves, but time in our course normal. In addition, sleep is also according. Thank you.
Thank you. So that was Katarina Ngindang, Deputy Leader of Opposition. Thank you, Katarina. Time span is 7 minutes and 22 seconds. Now it's the chance for the government whip to review the opposition stance and also to give the government summary of the motion. Time is yours. Silakan.
Good morning, all of us. Thank you for the time that given to me. I am government. We still will continue to explain more why we support the motion today. Before that, my friends as Prime Minister and Deputy Prime Minister have explained it about some reason of starting school at 5 a.m. brings the positive impact in student learning. Ladies and gentlemen, 3 brain work maximum. Nowadays, many school students sleep late just because they play games on their cell phones. As a result, the next they wake up late, even rush to go to school. It is also not effective for children learning at school. They to school at 5 a.m. Students have responsibility to control themselves for sleeping. Basic that as parent it obligation to apply discipline of children from an early age, especially time management. Many parents give their children too much.
Interruption, please.
No thanks. Freedom when their children are in their teens or high school.
Interruption, please.
No thanks. There are 2 lacks of hours of sleep, and this is not actually effective in learning.
Interruption, please.
Yes, please.
What is the students from our physical standpoint going to school early will affect the quality of sleep, so that it affect from a physical standpoint going to school condition of the client.
Once again.
What is the students from our physical standpoint going to school early will affect the quality of sleep, so that affect a physical condition of the client.
Okay, thank you. I answer your question. The 2 lack of hours of sleep, and this is not actually effective is learning, but can actually damage our brains, indicating being forced to continue working as now as thinking. I will continue my arguments. Sometimes this is considered trivial by some parents because parents do not control their child night sleep. So her parents' responsibility is needed. Even if the child is in school, it is still parents' obligation to control.
Please.
No thanks. Activities in the child, starting from doing homework, studying sleepy at night, and getting up
Interruption,
early.
please.
No thanks. Therefore, parents are expected to control and monitor children by applying this clip.
Interruption, please.
Yes, please.
Okay. What is the students going to school too early will also affect the clean emotion, the fun school. The founders say the having to get up early is not an exciting. What do you think about it?
Once again.
Okay. What is the students going to school too early will also affect the clean emotion, the fun school. The founders say the having to get early is clearly not an easy thing. What do you think about it?
Okay, I answer your question. The effect students starting school at 5 a.m. also make fresh brain after a night sleep. Of course, when you wake up, your brain will fare fresher. I will continue my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, even if the child is still in school, it is still the parents' obligation to control all activities in the child, starting from doing homework, studying sleep at night, and getting up early. Therefore, parents are expected to control and monitor children by applying discipline to children so that children can become effective in terms of teaching and learning. When students sleep early in the helps their
Interruption, please.
no thanks from maximum. Ladies and gentlemen.
Interruption, please.
No thanks. No matter what time you go to school, the most important is
Interruption, please.
Yes, please.
You said that starting school at the 5 in the morning brings the positive impact to student learning. What about students who have wards that are far from school? Is tough for a time to live in the morning or during our financial? What do you think about it?
Once again.
Okay, you said that starting school at the 5 in the morning bring the positive impact to students' learning. What about students who have worse stood or far from school? Is tough for them to leave early in the morning or during our fleece? What do you think about it?
Okay, and I answer your question. Starting school at 5 a.m. brings the positive impact in student learning because increased productive. I will continue my argument. Because if the child does not sleep late, for example, going to school at 5 in the morning, his study time will still be effective and will actually absorb the subject taught by the teacher more. Studying at 5 a.m. can help establish the healthier sleep routine, and your body and brain are trained to wake up early and rest early. This can help you sleep better and improve your overall sleep quality. While starting school at 5 a.m. might be a bit of a bummer of them doing so, ensure that they finish early. Allowing them to purpose after school activities, manage homework, and still enjoy their free time without feeling like they have a non-personal time. By giving children more free time, they may in fact get time to play, be creative, and potential even get more sleep. Thank you.
Thank you. So that was Francisca Ingrid Anu as the government whip presenting before, and the time spent was 7 minutes and 11 seconds. Now is the chance for Christiani Soy as the opposition whip to present the summary of opposition team.
Good morning, dear ladies and gentlemen, the adjudicators, timekeeper, moderator, all the participants in English debate competition. Thank you for the time and opportunity that has given to me. First of all, I would like to thank to the Almighty God because of His blessing and mercy, so we can gather in this place in our good condition. Dear ladies and gentlemen, I will deliver our arguments to support our motion today. Our motion today is this House believe that starting school at 5 a.m. brings the positive impact to students' learning. And we from the opposition team totally disagree with this motion. Ladies and gentlemen, besides starting school Indonesian between 6:30, 7:30, this time is the time that consider ideal to start learning, and really has anyone objective to the time both from the students and from the student, praying students depart from home and are also occupied by the present housework starting at the 7:30 or night. The kids are the breaks, the stand up, and third are nowhere present who let their children going to school. They prepare to go to school, take our shower, cleanse, close paper books, spend half, which takes about an hour. So if you going to school at around 6, it means the time children have start getting ready from 5 or for a Muslim after they out the subuh prayer. Ladies and gentlemen, the viral video with the duration of the 1 minute at the 35-second made the Governor of Iset Nusa Tenggara Timur regarding his policy relating starting school at the 5 without from high school. The students stroke kupangkit seti crazy of many profession, including the minister and culture. The video clip as for governor. No thanks, I'm speaking. Many pressers, including by the refereeing, this as the clip. Okay, please.
Okay. Why starting school of 5 a.m. brings the positive impact, not give positive impact to student?
Okay. From the sleep, a foundation school, the time, the starting early has a concert with sleep, the deprivation, lack of sleep, leads to poor academic. Students who are asleep will have and the half lowering girls here are after a severe effect. Thank you. I will continue my arguments. If student has to be at in the morning, that means they have to level at least 30 minutes before checking if the time. In minutes they have to let us let the preparation for going to school. Get this paper box is when her. This means they have to wake up the less 30 kids in a complex. Problem becomes in the renders of present in preparing in the talking that school is the of students when living, and the same with the their to reach taking care of the family before living must be our concern. Ladies and gentlemen, the negative impact of school policy at the 5 in the morning, according to Novi, the policy will have a bad impact if to be early school entry policy can have a negative impact on student physical, emotional, and cognition. Here's examples. Number one, physical state. From our physical standpoint,
POI.
going to school, no thanks, I'm speaking, early will affect the qualities.
POI.
Okay, please.
What is the impact negative starting at school 5 a.m.?
Okay, the negative impact of the students' policy at the 5 in the morning, according to Novi, the policy will have a bad impact if it to be early school trip can have a negative impact of student physical, emotional, and cognition. Here's, thank you. I will continue my arguments. School hours will sort in affect children which are lack of body immunity. Children become to dislike and affect the force of children learning. Come in early in our house, it is afraid that the children will not have time to have breaks, but it is of poor quality, so that it affects the concentration of learning at school as Islam. Number two, the emotional side. Going to school early will also affect the clean emotion. The fun school movement, a founder said that having to early is not as the person also have the potential to go to emotional. When the children are not ready, there will be a lot for a question, emotional problems which soul start with positive emotion full of hope and hover start. Thank you.
So thank you. That was Christina Soy as the opposition whip. Now it's the chance for both teams to prepare your reply speech, where you can give the strengths and weaknesses of the stance or of the cases presented by you and also your opposing team. And the first opportunity will be given to the opposition team for the reply speaker to speak.
Thank you for the time and opportunity that has given to me. School is a from educational institution that is responsible for students' education. Therefore, school must also make policies that do not burden students. One of them is the rule the school start at 5 in the morning. If students has to be in at 5 in the morning, that means they have to leave at least 30 minutes before check-in time. This means they have to leave at least 30 preparation for going to school is approximate 1 hour. This measure, they have to wake up at less than 30. This is a complex problem because if influence the readiness of parents into wake up at 3:30, this is a complex problem because school, the sharing of students when leaving transportation and some with the teachers, there is ready to teach. Taking care of the family before leaving must be a concern. Ladies and gentlemen, the negative impact or the school police 5 in the morning according to Novi. This police will have a big impact in the continue to be implemented. Early school entry police can have a negative impact on students' physical, emotional, and conscience. Here is an explanation. 1. The physical side. From a physical side, going to school early will affect the quality. Thank you. of school house will result in chronic fatigue in children, which can reduce the body immunity. Children become susceptible to disease and affect the focus of children's learning. Come in early in a hurry, it is feared that the children will not have time to have breakfast, but is of poor quality, so that affects the concentration of learning at school. Her example. 2. The emotional status. Going to school too early will also affect the children's emotion. The fun schools Mafian confounder said the hearing to get up early is clearly not an easy thing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That's reply speaker from opposition team. So I just want to remind you that you have 4 minutes, yeah, for the reply. The warning bell is just to remind you so that you can just glance on the time, yeah, to arrange or to manage your timing. That's all, yeah. But you have 4 minutes for reply, okay? Thank you. So thank you, opposition team. Now it's a government team. Please, reply speaker, it's your turn.
I am reply speaker of government team will give the conclusion. We truly agree that starting school at 5 a.m. bring the positive impact in student learning. This is Prime Minister of this House, and this House believe that starting school at 5 a.m. bring the positive impact to student learning. Based on this motion as government team, we agree with this motion that we debate today. When starting school at 5 a.m. give us peaceful morning situation, studying in cute environment can reduce stress and make the student learn and do activities more efficiently than in noise place. Focus is not divided on the other things when studying at other times, such as at night or in the afternoon. Of course, the situation that fits is noisy situation. Starting school at 5 a.m. also make fresh brain. After a night's sleep, of course, when you wake up, your brain will feel fresh. Starting to study when the brain is fresh can make it easier to understand the material being studied. So it will make the day feel lighter and more relaxed. Learning does feel heavy. After getting up in the morning, you can leave the house first for a while to breathe fresh air. Clean air helps the mind to be more relaxed. Brain works maximum. Many school students sleep late just because they play games on their computers. As the result, the next day, wake up late, even rush to go to school. It is also not effective for children learning at school. Due to school at 5 a.m., the students have responsibility to control themselves for sleeping. Based that as parents, it is our obligation to apply discipline to children from an early age, especially time manager. Many parents give their children too much freedom when their children are in their stand or high school. Due to the lack of hours of sleep, and this is not actually effective in learning but can actually damage our brains in the theory. Being forced, they continue working as now as thinking. School at 5 a.m. can increase your productivity during the day and night. After doing your morning study session, you feel more organized and better prepared for the next assignment. As well as saving the school money on food, early morning start times help to avoid the traffic. Avoiding change the bus and cars will get lost in traffic jams, meaning students will technology turn up to class on time more often. transmission to an early schedule like starting school at 5 a.m. can be challenging for many students, but at the end of the day, it's often the decision made to benefit the school district as whole, and I can bring the positive impact in student learning. Starting school at 5 a.m. bring the positive impact to student learning. As we'll know, this is policy when issued by the governor at Nusa Tenggara Timur. He has said the reason to make this because of many students cannot. Thank you.
So that was the reply speaker from the government team. That's the last speakers, yeah, for both teams. Thank you so much for your participation, yeah. Thank you so much. Hey, you guys, you have to be proud of yourself, yeah. Be proud of yourself for being brave to go up there and to deliver your speech. It doesn't have to be perfect, but you're doing it anyway. So it's a very courageous, yeah. Be proud of yourself. Pat your shoulders, yeah. I'm good, yeah. Okay, so thank you very much. Please shake hands with with each other and then return to your bench, yeah. Okay. Silakan. Juga dengan salaman. Coming up next. Oh, yeah. Coming up next from SMA Negeri 1 Aimere and SMA Negeri 2 Bajawa. Please, representatives from both teams come forward to pick your position as well as the motion. Dari SMA 2, SMA 1 Aimere. Okay. Okay, this is from SMA Negeri 1 Aimere. We need the other competitors from SMA Negeri 2 Bajawa. Kayak ini. Ya, bisa siapa yang mau menentukan ini dan siapa yang memilih mosi silahkan ditentukan. Ini untuk posisi.
I'm from SMA 1 Aimere in the opposition team.
Okay, opposition. Thank you. Dari?
I'm from SMA Negeri 2 Bajawa. I'm government team.
From the government team. Now you pick the motion.
The motion is, this house support online shopping gives the positive impact to the consumers.
Thank you. We'll give you 1 or 2 minutes to prepare your materials with your friends before coming forward, yeah? Okay. So once again, the motion selected is, this house support online shopping gives the positive impact to consumers. Okay, so SMA Negeri 2 Aimere is already ready, prepared. Yeah, you can go to your bench, government bench. And SMA Negeri 1 Aimere to the opposition bench. Okay, so without further ado, let's start this. We will give the chance for the government team to introduce your team members.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the time given and opportunity to our team. Our standing is here to debate the motion. Before we explain our argumentation, we will introduce ourselves. My name is Luciana Adistipati. I'm Prime Minister. And my friend?
My name is Maria Julia Ferawarti Marireo. I am the first.
My name is Katarina April Boki. I am third speaker.
Thank you, government team. Now it's the opposition team. Your turn to introduce your team members.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity given to us, the honorable judges, the honorable moderator, the timekeeper, the audience, and the opposite team. Good morning and best wishes to all of us. Allow us from SMA N1 Emire to introduce ourselves. I'm the first speaker. My name is Kevin Leratu and my friends.
I am the second speaker. My name is Gaby Nirwana Lestari and my friend.
I'm the third speaker. My name is Tessy. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, both teams. Now we will give you time to prepare the motions. Of course, the government team, you will build your arguments to support the motion, right? And the opposition team, the arguments against the motion, right? And you will be given 20 minutes and this time starts now. Okay, so 20 minutes up. Ini tadi minta izin untuk kasih, ada kertas yang tercecer ya, tidak apa-apa ya? Okay. So we will start. Of course, we'll start first from the government team, yeah, by the government team. Okay. Now, the first speaker will be Maria Julia PM Reo as the Prime Minister from the government side. From the government side, you can open the debate, define your motion, and start with your argument. Yeah, your time starts now. Silakan.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I'm the first speaker. According to Muziana and Elisa, 2013, online shopping is a process in which consumers directly buy goods, service from a seller interclink and real time without an intermediary media via the internet. The Oxford Dictionary defines the same definition of online shopping as the acts or activity or buying goods or of service via the internet. From the two examples, it can be interpreted the online shopping is carried out between buyers and sellers without meeting in person. Both of them do it by utilizing internet access. Economic actors in Indonesia as well as
POI, please.
No thanks. As online shopping applications such as Tokopedia, Shopee, Lazada, and others is in making transaction and feeding the goods of their cookies.
POI, please.
No, thank you. Online shopping function for the states, even though it is sometimes seen in activity that makes financial wasteful. It turns out that there are several functions in this activity. No.
POI, please.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. What is the solution for consumers whose homes are far from the network coverage?
Please, okay.
Okay. What is the solution for the consumers whose homes are far from the network coverage?
I will answer that question later. Driving the country's economy, online shopping activities seem to be able to move the wheels of the economy and create a number of new jobs in the shopping sector. But more than that when people shop in economic marketplace and as well as online shop, money will continue
PI,
to...
please.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Has the law been able to provide protection to consumer?
Many people agree that online shopping cannot guarantee the quality of product. This house believes that to find the good product, we only need to read the review from other buyers. We buy its literally.
Sorry, do you understand my question? My question is, has the law been able to provide protection to consumer?
consumers are maybe ever said to buy underwear and conversational mall, but by asking online shop, we do not afraid anymore about that because we do not have to meet the seller face to face.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, public money that continues to circulate in a balancing amount can reduce the rate in that is currently completed by all leaflets.
POI, please.
No, thank you. Of society, so that the economy can continue to run as a...
POI, please.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. What is the protection for consumers if they shop online but the goods received do not match the products offered by the seller?
Please again.
Okay. What is the protection for consumers if they shop online but the goods received do not match the products offered by the seller?
Online shopping gives us a lower price, will be much more cheap if we buy something at a good moment. For example, Herbert's every December 12, there would be a big discount for consumers.
Okay, thank you.
Triggering the growth of MSME, the extent of digital nation in shopping activities has struck me the break of micro, small and medium enterprise, which are referred as the pinhead of the nation economy. What is that? Do they an easy buying and selling process and can reduce production costs, rent and resources? Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister of government team. Now it's the chance for the leader of opposition to challenge the motion. Yeah. Now it's your time.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity given to me. I, as the one of the speakers from the opposition team, did not agree with this motion. First, I will explain separately the meaning of shopping and online. According to KBBI, shopping is money spent for a purpose, while online is translated into Indonesian. Being online stands for on the network. According to the General Indonesian Dictionary, online means on a network connected via computer networks, the internet, and so on. So, online shopping is an activity of purchasing goods and services via internet in media. Through shopping via internet, the buyer can see in advance the goods and service he wants to buy through the web that is promoted by the sellers. In the Regulations number 11 of 2008 concerning information and electronic transactions, and also regulates in Article 1320 of the Civil Code. Online shops are also called online shops are online shopping system where buyers can ask prices or any questions related to the products to seller directly. Can be via BBM, Line, Facebook, Instagram, or WhatsApp. The increasingly narrow business space, the lack of the land for trading, and the difficulty of obtaining business permits are one of the obstacles to social inequality in developing countries like Indonesia. But that doesn't mean that there aren't solutions to problems like this. Technology exists to help and make it easier for humans to solve certain problems.
POI.
If it can, no, thank you, I'm still explaining. If it can be used intelligently. An online shop is a shop with a digital basis that stands independently in managing a business. In a general sense,
POI?
No, thank you, I'm still explaining. In general sense, an online shop is a shop where all transactions process are carried out digitally through intermediary devices used by buyers and sellers. Of course,
POI?
Yes, please.
The opposition team said that they do not feel the positive impact of online shop, that you have to try it out. If you do not try, then how would you feel?
Once again, please.
The opposition team said that they do not feel the positive impact of online shop, that you have to try it out. If you do not try, then how would you feel?
Okay, I will answer your question. I didn't say that I will feel the impact, the positive impact of the online shopping. I haven't said that before. Do you get my point? Okay, I will continue my argument. Of course, to get agreement in buying and selling activities. Meanwhile, in its broadest sense, an online shop is a place where sellers and buyers do not meet physically. Here, the buyer is offered goods in the form of a display provided by the seller as an illustration of the product to be purchased by the consumers. Shopping online has a negative impact on the consumers. If we shop online, it means we cannot see directly the goods we are going to order. Therefore, online shopping does not have a positive impact on consumers but has a negative impact. Consumers will get loss of if the goods come not in accordance with the order. Then other negative impact consumers can experience fraud. Once again, we, opposition team, strongly reject this motion because shopping online has a negative impact on consumers, such as the first, security risk. Through online shopping, we can shop for anything, for example, for household needs such as plates and glasses. Shopping online does not guarantee the safety of the goods we order if in transit the goods we order will be damaged. The second is the items ordered do not match with the display. When we order goods online, for example, clothes and pants, of course, we only look at the picture and don't see the real thing. This will be detrimental to us. No, thank you, I'm still explaining. Detrimental to us when things that look good are drawn. When the goods arrive, then they don't even match what is drawn. The third is slowly delivery. The next negative impact is the long delivery process. If in the delivery process there is an automatic problem, these goods we have ordered will take a long time to arrive. Coupled with the distance of the journey that will be taken, the longer goods arrive. No, thank you, I'm still explaining. The longer the goods arrive, the greater the postage will be issued by consumers. Long duration and... Yes, please.
If you say is online shop does not has a good impact for consumers, how come Indonesia be on in the world?
Once again, please.
You said if online shop does not good impact for consumer, how come Indonesia become the #1 in the world?
Okay, I will continue my argument. Long duration and lack of the proper inventory management result in delays in shipment. Through the duration of selecting, buying and paying for online products may not take more than 15 minutes. The delivery of the products to consumers doorstep about 1 until 3 weeks. This frustrates the consumers and prevents them from shopping online. The second The major disadvantages of online shopping are as follows. First, lack of significant discounts in online shops. Physical stores offer discounts to consumers and attract them, so this makes it difficult for retailers to compete with the offline platforms. Second is the lack of touch and feel of merchandise in online shopping. Lack of touch and feel creates concern over the quality of the products and offer. Online shop is not quite suitable for clothes and consumers cannot try them on. So ladies and gentlemen, we are from the opposite team totally disagree with this motion. State that the shall support online shopping gives the positive impact to consumers. That's all, thank you.
Thank you very much. That was Kelvin Lairatu as the leader of the opposition team. Thank you, Kelvin. So the time span was 7 minutes and 23 seconds. Now is the chance for the Deputy of Prime Minister to review the statements by the leader of opposition. This is Luciana Adisti Pati, yeah? Okay.
Okay, thank you for time given to me. I'm second speaker. The COVID-19 pandemic has accelerated the growth of the economic industry in Indonesia and increased public consumption. On digital platforms, people also shop more online than shopping directly to the location. This can be seen from the report Navigation Indonesia. Omnichannel as the future of retail. Based on this report, 74% of consumers shop only rather than shop offline. Founder and CEO of Circle, Brian Marshall, said, "This happened because the pandemic has forced almost all fulfillment of basic needs and various other activities to be different through." Also read, shopping in Malaysia will be able to use rupiah through Kris. The public is not considered to be increasingly dependent on product and safer present through digital platforms. Brian said in a press release Friday, the report further found...
PI, please.
No, thanks. The various sales can used by consumers for shopping online, including marketplace, social media, and website.
PI, please.
No, thanks, I'm still talking. Consumers who goes to shop exclusive online have increased from % before the pandemic to 25%.
PI, please.
Yes, please.
Thank you. How to anticipate online shopping so as not to be deceived and get the goods that we want?
Please again.
How to anticipate online shopping so as not to be deceived and get the goods that we want?
Okay, I will answer that question. Online shopping give us a lower price, will be much more cheap if we buy something at a good moment. For example, hair blondes every December, there would be a big discount for consumer. For example, everything you need you can find there. You do not need to walk from place to place, mile to mile. You only need to scroll your screen. That is very easy.
Sorry, you understand my question? My question is how to anticipate online shopping so as not to be deceived and get the goods that we want.
I will answer that question later. Currently, consumer can easily find out details about he said more development of the consumer industry in the country and the increasingly advanced technology will make business people more adaptive in implementing various trade for business. Consumer through this only shop.
POI, please.
Thanks. Buyers don't have to bother going the store just to get the item they want.
POI, please.
No thanks. Buyers can view Mercedes via smartphone.
POI, please.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Why do so many people buy goods via the internet? Meanwhile, there are markets that are closed and the goods we want can be obtained quickly rather than online we will have to wait for the delivery time. Thank you.
If you're using online shop, but you will spend 2 hours if you close to go to conventional market. So it's about time management. This house support online shopping give positive impact to consumer. Many people are that shop can guarantee the quality of product. This house believe that to find the good product, we only need to rate the price from others buyer. Furthermore, the development of the consumer industry in the increasingly advanced technology will make business people more effective in implementing various strategies for the business. Consumer through this online shop, buyer don't have to bother going to the store just to get item they want. Buyers can view and sell merchandise via smartphone. Online shopping will be much more cheap if we buy something at a good moment. For example, hard blondes every December 20 discount for consumer. Thank you.
Thank you, Luciana. That was the Deputy Prime Minister from the government side, and the time span is 7 minutes and 5 seconds. Now is the time for the Deputy Leader of the Opposition team. You can oppose the Prime Minister from the government and also re-establish your stand.
Thank you for the opportunity given to me here. I am, as the second speaker from the opposition team, strongly disagree with our motion today that this council support online shopping to have a positive impact on consumer. As explained by Speaker 1, I will reiterate and explain the negative impact of online sales. As we know, online means in the world or in online sales mean consumer shop through application without seeing the real state of the goods to be purchased. The place where fruit is even, according to Article 1, Paragraph 2, Constitution, number 11 of 2008 concerning IT explained that electronic transactions are legal and carried out using a computer, cell phones, or other electronic media. In buying and selling online, many consumers complain because they don't see the real situation. Consumer will get a loss, such as the good that can done made, what is the picture, if the country is some, if the clothes can be too big or small. Ladies and gentlemen, to our online consumer must have a credit card because we have to transfer money. We must have a credit card or debit card. If we buy in the director, then there is money and goods. But if the shop we have to transfer money first, then the goods are sent, and it takes a long time. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know, the use of mobile phone now is not only for adults, but underage children are now also using mobile phones to do online shopping. This case children to measure existing credit card, or even children can steal parents' credit card them to shop. So ladies and gentlemen,
POI.
No thanks, I'm still explaining. From online sales is not only consumer who feel a loss, but seller will also feel at a loss. No thanks, I'm still explaining. When consumers are not satisfied with the goods that come, the consumer will return or not receive the goods. The seller will feel at a loss because of that. Once again, we, the opposition team, strongly reject this motion. Yes, please.
You believe the online shopping feel negative impact of online shop? Do you have to try it out? If you do not try, then how will you feel?
Once again, please.
You believe the online shopping feel negative impact of online shop? Do you have to try it out? If you do not try, then how will you feel?
Okay, I will answer your question. I have tried because the impact of online shopping for buyers is 1. Wider market reach, 2. Increase revenues and reduce the rise of other costs, 3. More optimal service to consumer, 4. Is the flexibility of shopping, 5. Improvement of rupiah management. Do you get my point?
Yes.
Okay, I will continue my argument. From online sales is done only consumer for feel at a loss. Once again, we the opposition team strongly reject this motion because there are still many negative impact from online sales. Therefore, I will explain some of the negative impact from the online sales. 1. Security risk of consider. In the online purchasing system, I always adhere to not guarantees that it is 100% safe. There are several factors that need to be watched out for when making transactions at the online shop, namely ensuring the regulation of the buyer security guarantee. Ladies and gentlemen, if the online shop has in-layer regulation, you should be aware. Or you can look for more information about the related online shop. No thanks, I'm still explaining. In a discussion form available on the internet, 2. The item ordered do not match the display. The second, things consumer need to be aware of this compatibility by the goods offered with the goods you will receive. First, make sure if the product being sold really matches in the picture and description provided by the sellers. You can ask the seller about the product first, such as attaching the original photo and the product of check and review of other buyers who have purchased by Yes, please.
You said if online shop does not has a good impact for consumer. Why come Indonesia become the #1 in online shop in the world?
Once again, please.
You said online shop consumers. How come Indonesia become the #1 online shop in the world?
I will be explained later. Okay, I will continue my argument. 3. Slow delivery. Not everyone has high patience of the as consumer want to buy an item that will be used for a certain day, for example, and other in evidence it will be problems if the item arrives late to go to your place. That's why make sure you will in the delivery others clearly and choose a trust delivery service to avoid this. 4. Loss of power to negative price and payment terms and my access in local shops. 5. Items were being pre-ordered and not found until a week later, which is especially a problem when buying gifts. 6. Not always knowing if the site in illegitimate shop and if this is safe to shop. Pay the cost of factoring and shipping. So ladies and gentlemen, we are from opposition team totally disagree with this motion. Instead, this house support online shopping gives the positive impact to consumers. Thank you.
Thank you. So that was Gaby Nirvana Lestari as the deputy leader of the opposition team. Thank you, Gaby. The time spent was 7 minutes and 14 seconds. And the last chance for the government team to provide a rebuttal and also to summarize your case. Now, Katarina Boki as the government whip. Yeah? It's your turn.
Okay, thank you. I'm third speaker. Online shopping has a positive impact on consumers. We agree because can increase economic activity that occurs in society so that money circulation contains and also has an impact on improving the economy in general. In conclusion, with the proposed facts, the digital economy is also very important in supporting economic growth in Indonesia because the driving force of the economy is currently dominated by MES. Economists in Indonesia has no thanks reached 78% not to maintain the internet penetration in Indonesian, which reached almost no thanks all regions. By shopping online, we can save expense because it reduces the ratio of impulsive buying. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. So, what is the positive impact that has occurred in the realm of society with the current of the development of the e-commerce or online shops?
Please again.
Okay. So, what is the positive impact that has occurred in the realm of society with the current development of e-commerce or online shops?
Okay, I will answer that question. Can increase economic activity that occurs in society so that money circulation contains and also has an impact on improving the economy in general.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. By shopping online, we can save expense because it reduces the ratio of impulsive buying before.
POI, please.
No thanks. In addition, because in e-commerce, some products usually have a lower price by calculation
UI,
after.
please.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Can you provide data on what percentage of consumers are satisfied with online shopping such as Lazada and Shopee? Thank you.
Okay, I will continue my speech. Get lots of promos and points. The promos offered by each platform. Free shipping, focus and other forms benefits. Easy and fast payment process. Another
PI, please.
no thanks. Another advantage of online shopping is the easy and fast payment process.
PI, please.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Is online shopping more profitable than offline shopping?
Once again.
Is online shopping more profitable than offline shopping?
I will answer that question later. Currently, there are many options for online payments, such as bank transfers, digital wallets, or through convenience stores. Once again, you don't have to.
PI?
No thanks. Bother paying the select product. Wait just one.
PI, please.
Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. If the consumers get the item that they didn't want, can the consumers sue for compensation against the business actors or the sellers?
Once again.
If the consumers get the item that they didn't want, can the consumers sue for compensation against the business actors or the sellers?
I will continue my argument. Get a discount price. Do you want to get a discount when shopping? You can try shopping online. Many online store applications offer alternative promos, discounts, and cashback. At certain times, like Harborns, for example, you can also get lots of discounts. Easy to find dessert items. Online shopping also makes it easier for you to find the items you want. Just by typing the product you are looking for into a search engine, you can find that item. Of course, with a variety of choice. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now it's the time for the opposition whip, yeah? Opposition whip is Tresia V2E. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity given to me. I, as the third speaker from the opposition team, totally disagree with this motion. So, ladies and gentlemen, we totally disagree with this motion. Online shopping makes people lazy to leave the house and not interact with each other. There are even people who are addicted to online shopping and spend all their money on shopping. However, buyers must also accept in the fact they cannot distancing whether the goods being sold are genuine or counterfeit In this case, the intelligence and trueness of the buyer really determines. Often buyers do not check more detailed information regarding the item purchased and only focus on price. The slant price of the item you are looking for makes the buyer not hesitate to buy it immediately without knowing the item is genuine or counterfeit, so that it becomes a loss for the buyer because the item buying and selling online. Many consumers complain because not all the products offered in buying and selling online are exactly the same as they really are, so to protect the interests of commerce. Many local market or e-commerce startups have sprung up to meet the ever-increasing demand. Countries in the Asia until Pacific region are the biggest market for the industry, especially in China. With million digital consumers, the Panda country has the large and fast-growing market in the world. One retail sales large, fastest-growing market in the world. Online retail sales in the country contribute 3.2% to the gross domestic product. Likewise, with the use of food delivery service through online transportation service, in fact, 96% of packages are wrapped in the thick plastic and added with bubble wrap. Masking tape, plastic wrap, and bubble wrap are the most commonly found plastic wrap. Even in the Jabodetabek area, the amount of the plastic was from plastic outperforms the amount of plastic was from. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, we totally disagree with this motion because online shipping can increase plastic waste, as I explained earlier. This has the potential to increase plastic waste and increase the burden of on landfills, said research from the Oceanography Research Center (LIP). Incompatible goods cannot be tried. One of the annoying things about online shopping is that you can try on the item you want to buy in person. So you're likely to only rely on the sizing chart provided by the store. This results in one prone to frown. So, ladies and gentlemen, I will explain the negative effect on online shopping. One prone to frown. Not a few victims of online shopping fraud on behalf of certain brands or online store. The promised good will be sent immediately after the transaction is made. In fact, there are also buyers who intend to deceive online shop owners by sending fake transfer proofs. 2. Cannot directly use. Delivery time is the main enemy of online store customers. Sometimes we cannot really encourage or expedition because we are not only ones using the delivery service. There will be various risks such as delayed page, later arrival of page, and wrong page sends. Too many distractions because there are so many products available in online store. It is not uncommon for it to be a distraction for us to look for what we really need. No doubt, this distraction will actually make us buy things that we shouldn't need, even skip things that we need from the start. 3. Does not meet expectation. Online shopping does not always satisfy the buyer about the quality of the goods purchased. When shopping at an online shop, the buyer is only shown the goods through a photo with a written description. In this case, the buyer must be careful and know which important points are true and have an impact on the quality of the goods. Often buyers disappointed because the quality of the goods purchased does not meet their expectation. And even this gave rise to a phenomenon in which the buyer protested against the courier whose only job was to deliver the goods to the buyer. Of course, this is a loss not only for the buyer but also for the parties, union, or counter goods. In fact, the emergence of online store is to make it easier to buyer to find the item they need without having to leave the house. However, buyers must also accept the fact and they cannot distinguish whether the goods being sold are genuine or counterfeit. In this case, the intelligence and trueness of the buyer really determines. Often buyers do not check more detailed information regarding the item first and only focus on price. The stance price of the item you are looking for makes the buyer not hesitate to buy it immediately without knowing the item is genuine or counterfeit, so that it becomes a lot for the buyers because the item purchased does not meet expectation. 5.
POI.
Vulnerable, no thanks, I'm still explaining. Vulnerable to confront. One of the conventions
POI.
of online no thanks, I'm still explaining. Shopping is payment because buyers do not need to leave the house to pay for goods purchased from online store. It is
POI.
enough. Yes, please.
What the negative impact online shop for production?
Once again, please.
What the negative impact online shop for production?
Okay, I will continue my argument. 5. Vulnerable to account fraud. One of the conveniences of online shopping is payment because buyers do not need to leave the house to pay for goods purchased from online store. It is enough to use transfer and the payment process is complete. But the buyers must also include with the ATM is used as means of payment, not if you also use credit. It is the use of credit card. This is prone to being broken into many creative ways. Use their intelligence to break into credit cards and ATM from used online store. Considering that currently online stores are also equipped with blinds, the contents of which are not small, especially when entering a period of massive discounts. Genuine or counterfeit goods in Article 28, paragraph 1 of Law number 11 of 2008, considering explain that everyone deliberately spread, place and misleading news and result in consumer loss in electronic transaction. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are from the opposite. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Tesi, as the opposition whip. Time span is 7 minutes and 22 seconds. So now, last opportunity for both teams, for the reply speakers, to again reassert your standpoint and also to convince the audience on your claims. Yeah. So give us your best. We will start from the opposition team, of course. Yeah. Opposition reply speaker. Time is yours.
Thank you for the opportunity given to me. Here, I will conclude our argument. The following is the conclusion. Online shopping has now become a hobby, a routine activity to fill the time buying something outside of planning or impulsive buying. This is one of the main enemies in the financial planning. Without realizing it, this often makes us frustrated in achieving financial goals. If this is the case, then it is time for you to control your online shopping behavior to improve finance while still managing spending and shopping as needed. Another minus point is that online shop or store website only displays interesting photos or image. So, of course, we immediately buy without being able to check or see directly whether it matches the original item. Online shopping can make some people depend on the convenience offered by online platforms and end up tempted to become lazy. Online shopping triggers unhealthy behaviors such as spending too much time for discount or addiction to online shopping. This can affect productivity or other activities that should be done. Often, without us realizing, when shopping online, not only the items needed are bought, but the various convenience and promos or discounts offered make us tempt to buy various items we want, starting from makeup, bags, shoes, clothes, to household furniture uncontrollably. Depends on the online shopping can have a number of negative results, including the first is over-dependence. Dependence on online shopping can be a hard habit to break. You may become too attached to online shopping and spend too much time and money on this activity. The second is overspending. Depends on online shopping can lead to uncontrolled and excessive spending. You may be tempted to buy things you don't really need or want just because of an attractive promotion or offer. The third is the poor mental health. Depends on the online shopping can lead to stress, anxiety, and depression. You may feel pressured or anxious if you can buy the product you want or if you find yourself in debt due to excessive online shopping. The fourth is a negative impact on relationship. Depends on the online shopping can also have negative impact on your social and family relationship. You may be too involved in the online shopping activities and less with the people around. The fifth and the potential security issues. Reliance on the online shopping can also increase security risk as you may ignore security warnings when entering personal information or using a credit card. So once again, we from the opposition team strongly reject this motion because there are still many negative impact from online sales. First, the security risk to consider. In the online business system, I always adhere to no guarantees that is 100% safe. There are several factors that need to be watched out of making a transaction at the online shop. Namely, ensuring the regulation of the buyer security guarantee. If the online shop has unclear regulation, you should be aware. Or you can look for more information about the related online shop in the discounts available on the internet. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are from the opposition team totally disagree with this motion. State this House support online shopping gives the positive impact to consumers. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Calvin. It's great. So, the time spent by the opposition reply speaker is 4 minutes and 22 seconds. Now is the chance for the government team to provide with your reply, speaker. Time is yours.
Even though it is sometimes seen as an activity that makes finance more wasteful, it turns out that there are several functions of this activity. You know, driving the country's economy, triggering the growth of MEAs, the existence of negation in shopping activities has triggered the breadth of micro, small, and medium enterprise, which are referred to as the spirit of a nation economy. Why is that? Due to the advanced and easy buying and selling process, it can reduce product costs, rent, and resources. Help local brand promotion. It is undeniable that since shopping through the marketplace has become a trend among Indonesia. This fact can be seen from the myriad of products as well as brands from Indonesia that are starting to be used by domestic officials such as Ritual Kamil to the interest for gain communities. Online shopping has a positive impact to consumers, can increase economic activity that occurs in society that money circulation continues and also has an impact of improving the economic general. In connection with the economic is also very important is supporting economic growth in Indonesia because the driving force of the economic is currently. By shopping online, we can save expenses because it reduces the ratio of impulse buying behavior. In addition, because in e-commerce, some products usually have lower price, by calculation, after reducing the shipping fee, you might expect to save 10% per month because of the price disparity. Easy and fast payment process. Another advantage of online shopping is the easy and fast payment process. Currently, there are many options for online payments, such as bank transfer, digital wallets, or through convenience stores, and again, you don't have to. How many time will we spend to buy a process of shirt? 1 minute if we using online shop, but you will spend 2 hours if you choose to go to conversion market. So it about time management. This house support online shop give us positive impact to consumers. Many people argue that online shop cannot argue the quality of product. This house believe that to find the good product, we only need to read the review from others buyer. We consider the we buy its literacy. Some of us money be embraced to buy. Thank you.
You actually still have 22 seconds, but okay. Sudah. Okay. Thank you, Lucia. That's the reply speaker from the government team. And the time span was 4 minutes and 4 seconds. So that marks the end of the debate competition teams for this round. Thank you very much for your participation. And again, I just want to say, be proud of yourself for taking up the opportunity to be here and to be part of the competing teams. Okay? So, semangat. Silahkan berpegang tangan dengan lawan debat dan bisa kembali ke tempat masing-masing. Thank you so much. Coming up next from SMA Negeri 1 Riung Barat, will be competing against SMA Negeri 1 Bajawa. So thank you. We would like to invite representatives from SMA Negeri 1 Riung Barat and one representative from SMA Negeri 1 Bajawa to come forward to pick up your position as well as your motion.
Check mic.
We from Semansa Bajawa, we are a government team.
Our team is the opposition team. From SMA Negeri 1 Riung Barat.
Check mic.
Thank you, and now you pick the motion. Yang mana?
Check.
Siapa yang mau pilih?
Ladies and gentlemen, the motion today is, this House believes that using of mother tongue at school reduces the nationalism and patriotism spirit. Our team is the opposition team.
Thank you. Both teams, you can go back to your teams and prepare anything that you want to bring forward. We'll give you 1 or 2 minutes only, so make sure you're prepared. Once again, I would like to read the motion. The motion is, this House believes that using the mother tongue at school reduces the nationalism and patriotism spirit. spirit. Okay, whenever you're ready. Okay, if you're ready, Riung Barat, please take the opposition bench, and also SMA Negeri 1 Bajawa, please take on the government bench. Make sure that you bring all the things that you needed, that you're gonna need, and so that, ya. Silakan. Ya, karena tadi ada yang harus kembali pada saat sudah di depan ya. Kita takutnya nanti ada teman yang berlawanan berpikir bahwa masih tanya-tanya guru atau gimana. Kita usahakan untuk hindari itu. Ada yang masih kurang sekarang sebelum mulai 20 menit. Pastikan sudah ada semua di meja ya. Okay, now we will start the competition for both teams. We would like to invite the government team to introduce your team members. Government team, time is yours. Government team, hello government team. Ini sudah langsung sangat studious ya. Okay, before we start, actually the time has not been started yet. Yeah, the 20 minutes is not started yet. But before we start that, we would like to ask both teams to introduce yourself so that the jury and also the audience would know, who you are, where you're from, and yeah.
Good morning to honorable judges, previous timekeeper and moderators, opponents on side of opposition, and not forget member or in the place today. Before that, I want to introduce ourselves. My name is Iko Mangferi Ngada-Aryawan as the Prime Minister. Beside me is Maria Anggreni Ngenep as a Prime Minister, and Wilman Tamalai as a government whip, and we are from representative of SMA Bajawa. Thank you.
Thank you, government team, and now opposition team. Could you please introduce your team members, please?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for the chance given to our team. First of all, thanks for the Almighty God, because of His blessing, today we can gather in this place in good, healthy, and happily. The honorable judges, the honorable moderators, the honorable timekeeper, and beloved audience, and especially my friend from the government team. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, before I move, I would like to introduce our team. My name is Maria Alwinda Lawas, you can call me Winda. I'm as the leader of opposition team, and I'm as the replay speaker of opposition team. On the right side of me, Johanna Priscilla Zambi as the deputy of opposition team. On the left side of me, Maria Jessica Panda as the opposition whip. That's all, thank you.
Thank you very much. Woo, we can already feel the tension, yeah? Okay, both teams, we will give you 20 minutes. Remember to, just relax, enjoy yourself, be confident, okay? Just relax. 20 minutes starts from now. Okay, 20 minutes over. I'm sure both teams are ready now. So without further ado, we will start the competition, okay? And as usual, we will give the first chance to the government team. Prime Minister from the government side of the house. In this case, Ikomang Peri Ngada Aryawan. I'll give the chance for you to present your statement and definition of the motion. Time is yours.
This House believes that using a mother tongue at school reduces the national and patriotism spirit. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning to adorable judges, the precious timekeepers and moderators, amazing opponents on side of opposition, and not forget members who are in the place today. Today, I will doing two things. Firstly, I'm going to give a definition, and secondly, I'm provide to give an argument on side of government. Okay, firstly, I'm give a definition. Mother tongue in KBBI defines mother tongue as the first language that you master since you were a child through the interaction with your family and environment. In the other word, mother tongue refers to the first language a child learns from his or her family and being used to everyday life to communicate with the society around the person. For example, a person who was born and raised in Soa most of their mother tongue will be Soanese. Second, school. School is an education institution designed to provide learning space and learning environment for the teaching and of the student under the direction of teachers. Nationalism is an ideology that emphasizes loyalty, devotion, and allegiance to a nation or nation state and hold that such as obligation outweigh other individual or group interests. Patriotism spirit means the feeling of love, devotion, and sincere attachments on one country. And now I'm going to my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, region language are often the first language mastered by children before these children master Indonesia. They tend to master the local language.
Please?
Yes, please.
Okay, thanks for the chance given to our team. Ladies and gentlemen, explain for the government team, the use of mother tongue at school can reduce nationalism and patriotism spirit. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know, mother tongue itself is a part of our culture. Why the government team said it can reduce the nationalism and patriotism of students itself, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, I got your point. That's correct if the mother tongue is part of Indonesia, but this is not to use in the school, at the school. We cannot use a mother tongue to school.
POI, please.
Yes, please.
But you know, the definition of nationalism itself is to love our country, to love our culture. Why you say it can reduce the nationalism and patriotism among students?
Okay, I give an example, ladies and gentlemen. If the students use a mother tongue or regional language in their school, and so many students from another regions and come to one school, and what they can speak, what the kind of language they used to speak, what maybe they should speak in Japanese, Balinese, and Tete or something. They don't know. Understand? That's why if Indonesia, if the students go to school, they must do use or Bahasa Indonesia. Thank you. Continue my argument. This tend to master the local language even before they enter school. It is recorded that 659 regional languages are used a mother tongue in Indonesia, while each of these regional languages has varied in dialect notes and dialects or sub-dialects. So it can be estimated that the total number of mother tongue in Indonesia is 1,300 18 mother tongues. Language diversity can result in many Indonesian children who are in the disadvantageous no thanks situation and are left behind in learning from the start of school. Ladies and gentlemen, using local language at school is strictly not allowed. This can reduce feelings of nationalism and patriotism. At school, students are required to use Indonesian during lesson and even interaction in class and outside the classroom. Meanwhile, as we know...
Please?
Yes, please.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, as explained by the first speaker of government team said that the definition of mother tongue itself, it's first language in our is first language to make interaction. So how about the children who have using Indonesian language as the first language? So this is not resist nationalism, but to increase our nationalism. So how about do you think that?
We back to our motion today. It is students to use mother tongue at school. That means at school. Understand? If the school, that means you must use Indonesian language. Thank you.
POI, please.
No, thanks. I'm continuing my argument. As we know, Indonesia is the official language of the Indonesian nation. Indonesia is also the unifying language of the Indonesian. If we use the local language, it's the same as the spirit of nationalism, and patriotism is reduced because we don't respect the Indonesian language. Ladies and gentlemen, as the school is required to use formal Indonesia, it should be noted that language is the only factor that can influence of the person's sense of nationalism and patriotism. So if students use the regional language at school, this can separate students from the national cultures, thus hindering the formation of the strong national identity and a sense of the pride in nationalism. The use of local language is daily communication, especially at school, so that person lack of a sense of nationalism, meaning the use of other language that are mastered and not considered as their own language in everyday communicating, so a lack of feeling to love their own nation and country. Ladies and gentlemen, the influence of regional language. The Indonesian people will gradually forget that Indonesian is an unfire language. If the use of regional language continue to be used in school over time, and Indonesian people, especially students, will find it difficult to express good Indonesia and able to reduce the spirit of nationalism. So, therefore, we are from the government team strongly agree with the motion at this time. This House believes that using of mother tongue at school reduces nationalism and patriotism. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ikomang. That's the Prime Minister of the government team presenting their case. Now is the opportunity for the leader of opposition to challenge the case presented by the government. Time is yours.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for the chance given to our team. Ladies and gentlemen, the motion today is this House believes that using of mother tongue at school reduce the nationalism and patriotism spirit. So, ladies and gentlemen, from this motion, I will take four important variables, namely, first, mother tongue. Ladies and gentlemen, mother tongue is the language humans from birth through interaction with community members, same language, like family, babysitter, and the surrounding community. Second, nationalism. Ladies and gentlemen, according to Indonesian dictionary, nationalism is an understanding to love our nation and country. Patriotism. Ladies and gentlemen, report by Wikipedia, patriotism is a brave attitude, unyielding and willing to sacrifice for the sake of the nation and state. For school. Ladies and gentlemen, school is an institution designed for teaching and learning students under the supervision of educator or teacher. So, ladies and gentlemen, from this variable, our team totally disagree from this motion, ladies and gentlemen. Because, ladies and gentlemen, as we know that, ladies and gentlemen, mother tongue is one of the cultural assets of the Indonesian nation. So, if students use mother tongue in school, ladies and gentlemen, it cannot reduce the nationalism and patriotism spirit of among students, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, please.
If you say the use mother tongue can make the nationalism and patriotism, but how about Indonesian language? If you use a mother tongue or regional language at your school? Thank you.
Can you repeat again?
What about Indonesian language or Bahasa Indonesia if the students or the part of the school use a mother tongue or regular language? What do you think about this?
Ladies and gentlemen, based on the data report by President of written in Article 23, Paragraph 2, the use of national language or mother tongue as law of the language of interaction when starting the learning process. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the proof that, ladies and gentlemen, this is the proof that using of mother tongue at school cannot reduce the nationalism and patriotism spirit among students. Thank you. Let me continue my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, reported by Republika.co.id, the Vice Rector of Universitas Muhammadiyah Makassar said, mother tongue are important to be preserved as a part of maintaining regional culture and character. No thanks, I'm speaking. As the pinnacle of national culture and character. The loss of mother tongue means the loss of part of our country culture. Yes, please.
How about the student use a mother tongue to give a bad word to their friends?
Can you repeat again?
How about the student use a mother tongue to give a bad word to their friends?
Ladies and gentlemen, Ladies and gentlemen, as I explained to your team, ladies and gentlemen, mother tongue is the one of sense of our culture, ladies and gentlemen. So, ladies and gentlemen, if in school students use mother tongue, it's gonna reduce the nationalism and patriotism. And ladies and gentlemen, if the student use mother tongue at school with his friends, ladies and gentlemen, it is the proof that, ladies and gentlemen, it is the proof that his love our country, his love our culture, ladies and gentlemen. Let me continue my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, report by Republika.co.id, education expert Sheldon Suffer said that regional language of mother tongues need to be used in education so that they remain sustainable. According to him, the world of education plays an important role to the preservation of regional culture. Mother tongue that are actively used and introduction in school have the potential to continue to live. Not only that, ladies and gentlemen, a report by Kerjacita.id, according to Nina Puspita, the importance of language in area because language is an important asset in culture. As a teacher, you need to teach students the local language and culture. Teaching students regional language and culture is an example of maintaining regional cultural assets. Not only that, ladies and gentlemen, a report by journal ikiplisiwangi.ac.id based on research on the use of mother tongue in the school environment at primary school Palangkaraya. Based on the research, it can be concluded that the use of regional language in elementary school in the lower grades is only limited as the language of instructor. Its use does not touch on the substance of teaching. Yes, please.
How about the teacher teaching student in Javanese and the students come from Bali or NTT? What do you think about this?
Ladies and gentlemen, as I explained to you, this is about mother tongue itself, ladies and gentlemen. And ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about the use of mother tongue in school environment, and we're talking about it can reduce or it cannot reduce, ladies and gentlemen. So, ladies and gentlemen, the use of mother tongue in school environment, our thinking it cannot reduce the nationalism. Our thinking it can increase the nationalism of among students, ladies and gentlemen. And we're talking about it can reduce or it can. Or it not reduce the nationalism. We don't talking about teacher about Javanese or Balinese, ladies and gentlemen. Let me continue my argument. Let me continue my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, from this motion today, yes, ladies and gentlemen, our team totally disagree from this motion, ladies and gentlemen, which states that this house believes that using of mother tongue at school reduce the nationalism and patriotism spirit, ladies and gentlemen. Because, ladies and gentlemen, as we know that, ladies and gentlemen, mother tongue is one of part of our culture, ladies and gentlemen. We are students we must love our country, ladies and gentlemen. We use mother tongue, ladies and gentlemen. It is the proof that, ladies and gentlemen, we love our country, we love our culture, ladies and gentlemen. So, ladies and gentlemen, our team totally disagree from the statement of government team that state it can increase, it can reduce the nationalism and patriotism of spirit among students, ladies and gentlemen. But, ladies and gentlemen, the use of mother tongue, it cannot reduce the nationalism and patriotism spirit. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So that was Maria Alvinda Lawas as the leader of opposition team, and the time spent was 7 minutes and 2 seconds. Now it's a chance for the Deputy Prime Minister, Ms. Maria Anggriani Ngene, to review the case built by the opposition team and also to reestablish your claim. Deputy Prime Minister, time is yours.
Okay, good morning to all of us present here. As a Deputy Prime Minister, before going to my argument, I would like to say that the leader of opposition don't answer our question about what about the student give the bad words to their friend. This make us strongly believe that using mother tongue at school can reduce the nationalism and patriotism. Ladies and gentlemen, back to my point. The mother tongue that we use of all the time is often brought up in formal official situation where Indonesia is supposed to be used properly and correctly. In the learning process at school, it is mandatory to use Indonesian properly and correctly. This means not only in writing you have to write in Indonesia, but in oral conversation you also have to speak Indonesia. Students who habitually use their mother tongue at home are likely to carry their language with them to school. Ladies and gentlemen, here I have the data which strengthen our argument. As a report by Kemendikbud.go.id, the use of local language can make it difficult to use Indonesian in the learning process. Language is a communication tool used by humans to interact with each other. There were research conducted by 3 students, namely Yasinta Mahendra, Berta Apriza, Rohami from Muhammadiyah University Kota Bumi, Indonesia. They conduct research at the aim to analyze that use of mother tongue in the learning process and social interaction among Muhammadiyah Junior High School.
POI, please.
No thanks. This method used is the research descriptive with a qualitative approach. The subject of this
POI,
study,
please.
no thanks, were students of junior high school in Muhammadiyah. From the result of the research, it was found that the negative effect of using for mother tongue in school environment where first, students find difficult interact using good and correct Indonesia.
Please?
Yes, please.
Okay, like you explained to our team that use of mother tongue, it can give the bad impact for learning process. So can you explain to our team what the relationship between the use of mother tongue can reduce the nationalism and patriotism with the use of mother tongue in learning process? Thank you.
Okay, if student use mother tongue in class and if student use mother tongue in school, maybe their friend from another region don't understand what they talking about in the class. So I will continue my argument. Student can be center of attention of friends of other ethnics. Students often become victims of bullying from friends or different ethnic. There is grouping of students with other students of the same tribe. Excessive use of mother tongue at school can have a negative impact of the formation of student, feeling of nationalism and patriotism. No thanks. Here are some of the negative impacts. The first is lack of understanding of the national language. Excessive use of the using of mother tongue at school can reduce student interest in the national language, which may be considered less important. This can hinder the development of the national language.
Please?
Yes, please.
Okay, thanks for the chance given. Ladies and gentlemen, the government team totally agree with this motion. Using the mother tongue at school can reduce nationalism and patriotism spirit. But you now report by presidential regulation, as written in Article 23 in paragraph 2, said that if mother tongue is allowed as the language of interaction when starting in the learning process, it means that government itself give the opportunities to students and teachers can make interaction with mother tongue itself. Why you team do agree with the using mother tongue itself can reduce nationalism and patriotism spirit among students?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Okay, as you explained to me, your team totally agree with this mission. If using of mother tongue at school can reduce nationalism and patriotism spirit, but you now report by presidential regulation, as written in Article 23 and paragraph 2, said that if the mother tongue are allowed to language of interaction when starting in the learning school. So it means that the government itself can give opportunity to students and teachers can make interaction with the use of mother tongue itself. So our team think this is cannot reduce nationalism, but to increase our national.
Okay, no, we totally disagree with your opinion because here we also have the data that using mother tongue at school can reduce the nationalism. According to research done by Ari Suryawati from 11 March University about the impact of local language to bahasa in SMPN 10 Magelang, can we see that there are some negative impact the use of local language in school system. The first is the use of local language in the process of learning can make students who don't understand the language have difficulty in understand the material, and it also create misunderstanding. The second is most of the students feel more easy and comfortable using local language than bahasa Indonesia. Back to my argument.
POA, please.
No thanks. Second negative impact of using mother tongue is lack of understanding of the national cultural. The national language is often closely related to national culture. Excessive use of mother tongue in school can separate students from the national culture, thereby hindering from formation.
Please.
Yes, please.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the government team talking about the data, but our team have the data also. As the report by the result of international research sources, that the use of mother tongue make a positive contribution to active learning student. So, research from journal.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, back to my argument. Excessive use of mother tongue in school can separate students from the national cultural, thereby hindering the formation of strong national identity and sense of pride in the nation cultural. The third is reduced ability to communicate in the national language. Excessive use of the mother tongue in school can reduce student ability to communicate in the national language effectively. This can exacerbate the language gap between students and possibly cause difficulty in interaction with people from outside the region or abroad. The fourth is encouraging cultural segregation. Excessive use of the mother tongue in school are reinforced cultural division within society, which may lead to a lack of sense of the community among students from different ethnic groups or region. This can hinder the development of strong spirit of the national and nation unity. Therefore, it is important to maintain a balance in the use of mother tongue in the national language in the education environment. Students must be taught that importance of the national language as early as possible from the lowest level of education. As we know, children and adolescents spend more time their time at school. That's all for me, and thank you.
Thank you very much. That's Maria Anggriani Ngene, Deputy Prime Minister, and now the time span is 7 minutes and 23 seconds. Now it's the opportunity for the Deputy of Opposition Leader to review the Deputy of Prime Minister and also to re-establish your standpoint. Time is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, team totally disagree with this motion. If using of mother tongue at school can reduce nationalism and patriotism spirit. As we know that, ladies and gentlemen, in the learning process, language is placed an important, that means that to communicate between teacher and student. With the learning process, this is very important for teacher and student to understand mother tongue, because mother tongue itself is considered to have important role in increasing unified education in education mother tongues.
In education, mother tongue bright the process of teaching teachers and to children so as to create bilingual learning. Ladies and gentlemen, the result of international research shows that the use of mother tongue make a positive contribution to achieving student learning and outcomes, especially in the early grade. So, ladies and gentlemen, so using of mother tongue at school cannot reduce nationalism, but we know in addition, ladies and gentlemen, mother tongue itself is the part of our culture. To love our culture, of course, we can use mother tongue at school. So, ladies and gentlemen, this is the reason why our team totally agree with using of mother tongue itself can reduce nationalism. First, ladies and gentlemen, mother tongue is an instrument in the process in the price acquiring language in early childhood. With mother tongue can develop several aspects such as language development, emotional, and other children development. So mother tongue can improve our development in our emotional to love our country. Yes, please.
Okay, if students use mother tongue at school, how to talk with other people who came from another region?
But as you explained to me, that definition of nationalism, definition of mother tongue itself can the first language when students will studying it in one's areas. This is if student using at school mother tongue, it can not reduce. But our team think this can increase because students love our culture with using mother tongue itself.
I catch your point, but how about if students use mother tongue at school, how to talk with other students from another region?
Okay, I get your point, but we're talking about nationalism itself. It means that nationalism itself, ladies and gentlemen, to love our culture, and the part of our culture is mother tongue itself. So using mother tongue at school cannot reduce our nationalism, but to increase our nationalism. Let me continue, my argument. The firstly, mother tongue is an instrument in the price acquiring language in early children. With mother tongue, it can develop emotional and other aspects for students, such as mother tongue can improve our development and our emotional. So this using mother tongue itself can improve our nationalism. And secondly, ladies and gentlemen, using the mother tongue, the support student learning. With the mother tongue will facilitate the introduction of student learning material, and the other hand, this is a positive impact for the development of children's spirit of nationalism toward among students. And thirdly, ladies and gentlemen, the one of using mother tongue at build competition and student abilities in our subject, either the use of mother tongue can increase student enthusiasm of learning so that student can increase. Yes, please.
We are from the government team. Nationalism is to love ones of our nation and country, and patriotism is the attitude of someone who is willing to sacrifice everything glory, the prosperity of this homeland. It have no relationship. It's not have to relationship about cultures. It is about our country and our nation, not our culture, our thing.
But now, welcome back to your definition itself. Nationalism itself to love our culture, and the part of our culture is to use mother tongue itself. So why your team totally agree with if using mother tongue itself? As we know, the part of their culture itself to use of mother tongue. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm totally disagree if the statement of the Prime Minister of our government team. Let me continue my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, report by kemetbook.go.id, Kupang, 24 February 2022, to the Minister of Education and Culture support the use of mother tongue at school as the way to improve our nationalism spirit and to increase the achievement of student learning. In addition, ladies and gentlemen, report by medianality.com, research from journal.op.gris.go.id, 82% use of mother tongue as introduction in learning process, while at the same time development of sense of nationalism and student to love Indonesian culture. So it means that, ladies and gentlemen, the using of mother tongue itself cannot reduce nationalism, but to increase our nationalism, as we know, to love our culture is the ways to increase our nationalism with the using of mother tongue at school. At school. Ladies and gentlemen, in addition, report by Presidential as written in Article 23, Paragraph 2, the use regional language or mother tongue are allowed as the language of interaction when starting the learning of school. So it means that, ladies and gentlemen, the government itself give opportunities to school when the student and teacher can make interaction with using mother tongue to achieve the student learning. So I think the statement of the government team to So this is the cannot reduce our nationalism, but to increase our nationalism. We know, ladies and gentlemen, in the learning process, language is placed important to rule as means communication between teachers and students. Without communication, where there will be learning process, this means that the between teacher and student have understanding of the language. In the learning process, it's very important for teachers and students to use mother tongue. So, ladies and gentlemen, the result of international research showed the use of mother tongue make a positive contribution to active learning. So, this is from the journal research. The use of mother tongue can give the positive impact to student learning. So, from this motion, our team totally disagree. If the using of mother tongue itself can reduce nationalism and patriotism spirit among students. So, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I emphasize that the using of mother tongue at school cannot reduce, but to increase our nationalism, to love our language. So I think our team totally disagree with this motion. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that was Johanna Patricia Zampi as the Deputy of Opposition Leader. The time span was 6 minutes and 39 seconds. She speaks that quick, yeah. So she doesn't even need that 7 minutes. Okay. Thank you. So now it's the last chance for the government team for the government whip, yeah. The government whip. This is the last chance for you to rebut the position of opposition team, as well as to summarize your case. So time is given to Engelbertus Wilmantara Lai. Silahkan.
Okay. First of all, I like to point out that first, opposition team always said mother tongue is a part of Indonesian, but for what you know, not always a part of Indonesian is a positive thing, because use mother tongue at school have many negative impact. Second, Deputy Leader of Opposition say mother tongue is our culture, but the student from different culture will difficulty communicating with their friends. You don't answer with correct what my colleague asked. Okay, we'll next to my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, apart from that, ladies and gentlemen, using local language at school is strictly not allowed. This can reduce feelings of nationalism and patriotism. At school, students are required to use Indonesian during lesson and when interacting in class and outside the classroom. Meanwhile, as we know, Indonesian is the official language of the Indonesian nation. Indonesian is also the unifying language of the Indonesian nation. If we use the local language, it's the same as the spirit of nationalism and patriotism is reduced. Oh, thanks. The influence of regional language has a great impact on the development of Indonesian as a unified language. The Indonesian people will gradually forget that Indonesian is unified language. No thanks. The use of regional language continues to be used in schools. Over time, the Indonesian people, especially students, will find it. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. You say use of mother tongue at school not allowed for students, but you know that use of mother tongue at school is an effort to inculcate the identity of the culture, character of the ethnic group. So why you say use of mother tongue at school not allowed for students? What the fundamental reason you say that?
Report to research done by Eri Suryawati from 11 March University about the impact of local language to Bahasa in SMP and TIN Magelang, we can see that first, the use of local language in the process of learning can make students who don't understand the language have difficult in understand the material, and it also can create misunderstanding. Second, most of students feel more easy and comfortable using local language than in Bahasa Indonesia. Third, the use of local dialect in Bahasa can impact to Bahasa itself and its meaning of the word we lost. Fourth, it also found that even Bahasa teacher use local language, which is Japanese, to deliver their material. It should stray from the presidential rule and UU number 24 year 20 and 6. I will continue my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, excessive use of mother tongue in school can reinforce cultural. Yes.
Okay. What the relationship between negative impact if student use of mother tongue can reduce the nationalism and patriotism spirit?
The student can use local language to give the bad word from their friends from other region. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, excessive use of mother tongue in school can reinforce cultural division within society, which may lead to a lack of sense of community among students from different ethnic groups or regions. This can hinder the development of a strong spirit of nationalism and national unity. In addition, using the local language at school can make students have a difficult. First, one regional language is difficult for other regions to understand. Second, foreign citizens who want to learn Indonesian experience difficult because there is too much vocabulary.
POI, please.
Yes, please.
Okay. Your team agree from this mission using of mother tongue at school can reduce the nationalism and patriotism. But you know, reporting from seminar journal from the result of Israel is senior high school, Ten Magila, as many as 66% of students using mother tongue using mother tongue at school. So what do you think about it?
I disagree with that because the Indonesian language is most important than mother tongue. No thanks. If this negative impact is allowed to continue, it will cause a lot of problems in life, and this will have an impact on our spirit of nationalism and patriotism. For example, if there are misunderstandings between groups of people caused by understanding due to difference in language, then of course this will reduce the spirit of nationalism and patriotism between the two groups. In the future, they will certainly continue to be at odds. But actually, this will not happen if we are accustomed to using good and correct Indonesian in everyday life, especially when we are at school. For this reason, Indonesian needs to be looked at all Indonesian people as the nation unifying language. If mother tongue is applied in school, what about students who come from other areas with different mother tongue? So that's why school always try to educate students through Indonesian lesson, because Indonesian is the language of unity. So we from the government totally agree with our motion today. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you to Government Whip, Mr. Engelbertus Wilmantara Lai, for your speech. That was 6 minutes 45 seconds. Now is the chance given to the opposition whip, Miss Maria Jessica Panda. It's your turn to rebut the government team and also to summarize your case. Time is yours.
Okay, thanks for the chance given to me. I'm as the third speaker.
disagree from this motion because mother tongue is an effort to inculcate the identity of the culture, character of the ethnic group, so that students using the mother tongue in school can increase their sense of patriotism and nationalism spirit. And secondly, the use of mother tongue in the school environment so that students love identity as Indonesian citizens and are committed to preserving ancestral culture. This is no way diminishes the sense of nationalism and patriotism in students because Indonesia is built from various languages. Not only that, ladies and gentlemen, quoted from a journal unkare.ac.id, Law of the Republic of Indonesia number 20 of 2003 concerning the national education system states more clearly, firmly that the use of regional mother tongue is regulated as a complete to the use of Indonesian. Yes, please.
From our data, when students are taught in different languages, it can cause division on society and create an us against them mentality. What do you think about this?
Okay, thank you. I get your point. But reported from the seminar journal from the result of research at Senior High School 10 Magelang, as many as 66% of the students using mother tongue at school. From this study, it is concluded that there is many students love the culture of Indonesia. Back to the motion. Quoted from a journal unkare.ac.id, Law of the Republic of Indonesia, number 20 of 2003, concerning the national education system, states more clearly and firmly that the use of mother tongue is regulated is a complement to the use of Indonesian, which is required in national education in Indonesia.
POI?
Yes, please.
Okay, if mother tongue is applied in school or using mother tongue at school, what about students who came from other area with different mother tongues?
Okay, thank you. I get your point. But you know that if students use mother tongue at school, it can increase the nationalism and patriotism spirit because mother tongue is an effort to inculcate the identity of the cultural character of the ethnic group. So that, and we're talking about using reduced and non-reduced mother tongue at school. Not understand and understand. Back to the motion. Quoted from journal untirtat.ac.id in 2022 year, based on the result of research in the city of Serang, Banten province, 63% of students use their mother tongue. The result of the study also obtained data that the mother tongue has an influence on the identity of students in Banten, so that it can increase the nationalism and patriotism spirit of students itself. Not only that, ladies and gentlemen, quoted from kemdikbud.go.id, chairman of the UNESCO Indonesian National Committee, Arif Rahman, said that International Mother Tongue Day was celebrated to increase awareness of language and culture diversity, as well as the multi-language that Indonesia has. UNESCO is aware of the important role of mother tongue, especially in the world of education. So that, ladies and gentlemen, using mother tongue at school environment, it can increase the nationalism and patriotism spirit for among students, not to reduce the nationalism and patriotism spirit for among students. And ladies and gentlemen, as we know that mother tongue at regional language, yes, please.
Okay, example. We can see from our neighbor country like Malaysia, they have people from China, and China speak Chinese in Malaysia, and after that, after people from India, they use Hindi for speak in Malaysia too. And how do you think about this? What you think Indonesia would be like a Malaysia if we still want students to use mother tongue?
But we're talking about regions and not regions, and we're talking about nationalism and patriotism, not okay. Let me continue this argument. And ladies and gentlemen, mother tongue is an effort to inculcate the identity of the culture, character of the ethnic group, so that students using the mother tongue in school can increase the nationalism and patriotism spirit, not reduce the nationalism and patriotism spirit. And the use of mother tongue in the school environment so that students' local identity as Indonesian citizens are committed to preserving a central culture. This is no way diminishes the sense of nationalism and patriotism in students because Indonesia is built from various languages. And quoted from a journal uncair.ac.id, Law of the Republic of Indonesia, number 20 of 2003, concerning the national education system, states more clearly and firmly that the use of regional mother tongue is regulated as a complement to the use of Indonesia, which is recorded in national education in Indonesia. Not only that, ladies and gentlemen, quoted from journal uncair.ac.id in 2022 year, based on their result or research in the city of Serang, Banten province, 63% of students use their mother tongue. So, ladies and gentlemen, if students use of mother tongue at school cannot reduce the nationalism and patriotism spirit, but it can increase the nationalism and patriotism spirit among students. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So that was Maria Jessica Panda as the opposition whip. And now both teams will be given a chance for a reply speech. Both teams will have the opportunity to convince the audience of why we should support your claims. So the first chance will be given to the opposition team. Reply speaker from opposition team, time is yours.
Okay, thanks to the chance given to our team. Ladies and gentlemen, before I conclude my argument, ladies and gentlemen, I want to give response for the opposition, for the government teams. Always give our team caution. The use of mother tongue at school, it can give the bad impact. Students cannot understand the material. But ladies and gentlemen, the motion today is, ladies and gentlemen, we're talking about reduce or not reduce, and we're talking about nationalism and patriotism, ladies and gentlemen. And ladies and gentlemen, from this motion, ladies and gentlemen, our team totally disagree. Let me continue my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, from this motion, our team can conclude that the using of mother tongue at school cannot reduce the nationalism and patriotism among students. But ladies and gentlemen, the use of mother tongue at school, ladies and gentlemen, it is the proof that we love our country, we love our culture in Indonesia, ladies and gentlemen. And ladies and gentlemen, between students, ladies and gentlemen, when students using mother tongue, we can promote our culture to other friends in our country, ladies and gentlemen. So ladies and gentlemen, from this motion, our team totally disagree. If using mother tongue at school, it can reduce the nationalism and patriotism among students. Ladies and gentlemen, report by republika.co.id, the Vice Rector II of University Muhammadiyah Makassar said, mother tongue are important to be preserved as a part of maintaining regional culture and character as the pinnacle of national culture and character. The loss of mother tongue means the loss of part of our country culture, which is a reflection of national culture and character. Ladies and gentlemen, report by republika.co.id, education expert Sheldon Safer say that regional language of our mother tongue need to be used in education so that they remain sustainable. According to him, the world of education plays an important role for the preservation of regional culture. Mother tongue that are actively used and introduced in school have the potential to continue to live. Not only that, ladies and gentlemen, report by kerjacity.id, according to Nina Puspita, the importance of language in area, because language is an important asset in culture, ladies and gentlemen. As a teacher, you need to teach students the local language and culture, ladies and gentlemen. Teaching students regional language and culture is an example of maintaining regional cultural assets, ladies and gentlemen. Not only that, ladies and gentlemen, report by journal eklipisiwangi.ac.id, based on research on the use of mother tongue in the school environment at primary school first Palangkaraya, based on the result, ladies and gentlemen, it can be concluded the use of regional language in elementary school in the lower grades is only limited as the language of instructor. It used that not to touch on the substance of teaching. This utilization is considered to make it easier to teacher and student to understand learning instruction. Ladies and gentlemen, report from the seminar journal from the result of research of senior high school 10 Magellan, as many as 60.4% of students using mother tongue. From this study, it would conclude that there is many students love the culture of Indonesia. So, ladies and gentlemen, from this data, from the real example, ladies and gentlemen, from this research of journal, ladies and gentlemen, it is the proof that, ladies and gentlemen, it is the proof our team totally disagree. If using mother tongue at school, it can reduce the nationalism and patriotism among students. Ladies and gentlemen, talking about nationalism, it means that it's to love our country, it's to love our culture, ladies and gentlemen. It means that, ladies and gentlemen, using mother tongue, it cannot reduce the nationalism, it can increase the nationalism among students, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, ladies and gentlemen, our team totally disagree from this motion. That's all, thank you.
Thank you very much. So that was Maria Arvinda Lawas as the reply speaker from the opposition team. Now it's the opportunity for the government team to provide the reply speaker to convince the audience on why we should support your claims. Ikomang, Peri Ngada, Aryawan, time is yours.
Thank you for the time to given to our team. We are from the government team. Totally agree with our motion today, and we love our country too. So that we are say that we are believe using mother tongue reduce nationalism and patriotism spirit. Why we can say that? Because if you using mother tongue at school, how about our language, Indonesia? That's a question. And if we using mother tongue at school, how can the student can talking each other with the students from another regions? And how about if teachers using the local language to teaching the students, and students didn't understand what the teachers talking about, and how about the students use a bad word to their friends that have relationship about our nationalism and our patriotism, because it is about our love to our country, and it is about morality to our students, our younger generation. If we talking with and we using mother tongue at school, that means you forget about Indonesian, you forget about our beloved language Indonesia. You still use your mother tongue. You're talking with your friend. You're talking with you talk with your teacher with a mother tongue. Then how about Indonesia? That's a point of our team. Ladies and gentlemen, using local languages at school is strictly not allowed. This can reduce the feeling of nationalism and patriotism. At school, students are required to use Indonesia during lesson and when interesting in class and outside the classroom. Meanwhile, as we know, Indonesia is the official language of the Indonesian nation. Indonesia is also unified language of the Indonesian nation. If we use the local language, it's the same as the spirit of nationalism and patriotism is reduced because we don't respect the Indonesia language. Why we are from the government team totally agree with our motion today? Why using mother tongue can reduce our nationalism and patriotism? Number one, the use of local language of the process of learning can make students who don't understand the language have difficulty in understand the material, and it also can create misunderstanding. Number two, most of the students feel more easy and comfortable using local language than Bahasa. That's very dangerous for our Bahasa. Number three, the use of local dialect in Bahasa can impact to Bahasa itself.
and the meaning of the word it will lose. Number 4, it also found that the teacher, there even Bahasa teacher use local language which is Javanese to deliver the material. It's so stray from the presidential rule to law number 24 years 2009. And number 5, the impact to Bahasa is can people will not care to guide and preserve the language. That's why we are from the government team very and totally strongly agree with our motion today. Because use a mother tongue at school, like opposition team say they don't have relationship about nationalism and patriotism, but using mother tongue in school have a relationship to about nationalism and patriotism. Because what? Because what I said that before with our argument and our data. So we are from the government team totally agree with our motion that use the mother tongue, reduce nationalism and patriotism spirit. That's all for me. Thank you.
Thank you. Ikomang Bering ada Aryawan. So that was the last speaker from the both teams, actually. And the time spent for that was 4 minutes and 16 seconds. All right, both teams, thank you very much for your spirit and also for giving us very impressive performance today. Thank you so much. Could you please shake hands with each other and also return back to the benches. Thank you very much. Okay, so up next, I would like to ask from the organizing committee what is going on with the next participant, because we still have one more participant that would be from SMA Negeri 1 Restorasi Riung, but SMA Negeri 1 Riung will also need one contender to compete with them because there's only one left, yeah? But I would like to ask from the organizing committee on what has been decided about this. Which school will be competing against this last school? Okay, thank you. Okay, so we will be up next, yeah, actually it has already been decided. So SMA Thomas Aquino has been preparing themselves. The team has prepared themselves to compete against the SMA 1 Restorasi Riung, yeah. So both teams, are you ready? Are you here? From SMA Thomas? Ada ya? And from SMA Restorasi Riung? SMA Negeri 1 Restorasi Riung. Ada? Yeah, I will need representative from both teams to select your position and motion, ya.
Baik, dengan seizin moderator, saya mau menyampaikan bahwa SMA Thomas diminta tolong untuk membantu Yuri supaya bisa menilai SMA 1 Riung, SMA Restorasi Riung. Jadi tidak mempengaruhi nilai yang kemarin. Kecuali kalau tidak maju ke depan, baru kami perhitungkan bahwa tidak bisa bekerja sama. Begitu. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih.
Position has been selected.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm from SMA Negeri 1 Restorasi Riung. It's a government team.
Ladies and gentlemen, we from Thomas Aquino Senior High School as the opposition team.
Now it's time to select the motion.
Ladies and gentlemen, the motion is, this House believes that studying abroad is an evidence of degradation of nationalism and patriotism spirit. Thank you.
Now you will be given about 1 or 2 minutes to prepare your materials and team. Thank you. So this is for the teachers. I just would like to read again the motion. This House believes that studying abroad is an evidence of degradation of nationalism and patriotism spirit. Both teams, whenever you are ready, you can occupy or come forward to the assigned benches. Thank you, SMA Thomas, for your willingness to compete against Ryung. All right, without further ado, I would like to ask both teams, to introduce yourself, so that, because yesterday you have different opponents, so it's better. You can introduce your team. Team Ryung, can you introduce your team members, please?
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thanks for the chance it's given to us, the honorable, the juries, the timekeeper, the moderator, and all my beloved audience. Before we start our English debating today, I would like to introduce our team. We are from the government team. My name is Maria Justina Poang. You can call me Justin. I'm as a Prime Minister. On the right side of me, she is Efrinita Basing. She is a Deputy Prime Minister. On the right side of me, she is Maria Gadensia Marinatola. She is a government whip. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Now, opposition team, can you please introduce your team members, please?
Okay, take all the time giving to me right now. I will introduce our team. My name is Ningsi as the first speaker. Thank you. Next.
I am Jenny as the second speaker, and next. I am Icha as the third speaker. That's all.
Okay, thank you very much, both teams. Now you will be given 20 minutes to prepare your materials, get ready. And again, the motion, I hope you remember that, This House believes that studying abroad is an evidence of degradation of nationalism and patriotism spirit. Please prepare your materials. 20 minutes starts from now. sayang, ada sedikit perubahan untuk waktu, tapi tidak untuk kalian, untuk mereka. Karena mereka punya nilai sudah dari kemarin. Yang nilai punya kemarin sudah yang dipakai. Tetapi mereka ada untuk, tentu saja kalau namanya debat kan tidak mungkin dengan tembok, ya kan? Tapi yang kita mau lihat adalah skillnya kalian. Jadi untuk waktu yang untuk SMA restorasi memang seperti yang kemarin. Speaker 1, speaker 2, speaker 3, tetap 7 minutes, 20 seconds, 20 detik, 7 menit, 20 detik, pembicara 1, 2, 3. Tetapi yang untuk SMA Thomas, pembicara 1, 2, dan 3 itu hanya 4 menit. Hanya 4 menit, tapi dalam 4 menit itu kalian boleh POI kapan saja. Karena kita mau lihat itu skillnya kalian. Pada saat POI seperti apa. Terus juga untuk mereka reply-nya, hanya kalian yang reply, mereka tidak perlu. Karena itu tidak perlu lihat itu, kita bisa potong waktunya sedikit, kita bisa istirahat lebih awal dan ya. Ini sudah sedikit lagi nih, tinggal 2 menit. Enak. Semangat. Okay, so 20 minutes has passed. Now is the time for competition. We have a little bit improvisation to do, and I've already explained to both teams. Yeah? Kita improvise sedikit untuk menghemat waktu juga apa namanya? Karena di sore hari nanti kita masih ada semifinal. Jadi ini sekalian, ini mungkin ada guru pendampingnya di sini, kita kasih tahu ya, kita informasikan bahwa untuk pembicara 1, 2, 3 dari SMA Thomas kita batasi dengan 4 menit, tetapi full POI, boleh POI kapanpun dalam waktu itu, kemudian tidak ada reply speech. Sedangkan untuk SMA Negeri 1 Restorasi normal seperti biasa, ya. Oke. So without menunggu lagi waktunya, kita mungkin minta untuk we would like to ask Deputy, I always say Deputy. Sorry, Prime Minister from the government team, Ms. Maria Justina Poang, could you please give your definition of the motion and your arguments? Time is yours.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, our motion today is this House believes that studying abroad is an evidence of degradation of nationalism and
patriotism spirit. Ladies and gentlemen, patriotism and nationalism are closely related to heroism, a courageous attitude, loyalty, and love of the nation and country. Here are the differences between patriotism and nationalism. Ladies and gentlemen, according to the Big Indonesian Dictionary, patriotism is the attitude of someone who is willing to sacrifice everything to the success and prosperity of his homeland. Or it can be defined as the spirit of love for the fatherland. Ladies and gentlemen, patriotism is an attitude of love for the motherland and loyalty to the country that a person has. This includes respect for nationalism symbols, participation in activities that advance the state, and protection and maintenance of state interests. Although often used interchangeably, there is a difference between patriotism and nationalism. Patriotism is
POA, please.
No thanks, I'm speaking. A person's love of the country, while nationalism is the belief that national interests should be placed above the interests of individuals or groups. Patriotism, on the other hand, focuses more on... Yes, please.
My beloved participant from the government team, I don't agree with your team because our mission today is studying abroad is evidence of degradation of nationalism and government team. In fact, many people more like to studying in foreign country. So it's mean can be proud for our nation if they guaranteed from the foreign country. So it means can make a degradation of nationalism and patriotism. And this can make they love our nation. So what do you think about that?
Okay, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, continuing education abroad is a matter of pride for Indonesian students and, of course, for the Indonesian state itself. Why should we be proud that Indonesian students can continue their education abroad? Because Indonesian students will continue their education abroad so that they are able to compete with students from other countries because of their intelligence, as well as so the spirit of competing in the international world which is needed in developing the Indonesian state. Thank you.
Okay, the first speaker say about the proud. So it means if our student studying abroad and will guaranteed in foreign university, so I think that can make our country proud. So I think it's they love with our country. What do you think about that?
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, quite a lot of young people misread continuing their education abroad. It can be said that there is no love for the motherland, titles, no sense of nationalism, and other negative things. This is because most Indonesian students abroad are more showcased about the advantage of the country and seem to forget the homeland. Thank you. Okay, let me continue.
POA, please.
No, thanks. As Indonesian students who is lucky to be able to continue his education abroad, he should not only be amazed at the advantage of other countries.
POA, please.
No thanks. But gain knowledge that may not be obtained in Indonesian and emulate to the country infrastructure in the past.
POA, please.
Yes, please.
Okay, the first speaker, before you say that if they studying abroad can make a student forget for their country. So you can give the example about the student and can forget their country. That's all.
Okay, thank you. I will answer your question. For example, first, high life. You also have to prepare additional mind to finance your daily life abroad. Second, homesick. That's all. Thank you. Let me continue. Here are some advantages of studying abroad. First, difficult to adapt. When you first live abroad, the first thing you have to face is adaptation. Living for a long time in Indonesia will certainly be very... That's all.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Miss Justine, time span is 7 minutes and 24 seconds. Now we will give the chance for the leader of opposition, 4 minutes with full POI. Team SMA Restorasi, government team, you are allowed to make POI anytime within those 4 minutes. Go
Okay,
ahead.
thanks for the time giving to me. Right now I will explain my argument. Ladies and gentlemen, studying abroad is different to learn to gain experience in a foreign land. Studying abroad is an attempt to achieve a future. I think that the person's future be greatly influenced by his education. By studying in foreign countries, we will gain experience to global needs before insights. Studying abroad is definition by obtaining into education in foreign country in order to achieve a broader perspective of a different future and experience new horizon. Learning by an introducing classroom teaching. Studying abroad is challenged by very living experience. We learn to self-manage in the place. As a result, we become strong and wiser from our study abroad experiences. Studying abroad programs are educational programs that allow students to visit a foreign country, live there, and study for weeks, months, or even for a year. Studying abroad is therefore given to a program usually around a university that allows students... Yes, please?
Why do more people want to study abroad than Indonesia?
Okay, I will answer. There are several reasons why many people are complaining abroad. 1, get your opportunity to learn and experience the culture of other countries. 2, improve English speaking skill. 3, the student before system priorities support by complementarities. 3, the education system abroad It's trying to create a generation that can enough and create things on not only receive material from lectures. 5. And enforcement that consists of foreign other students from other countries allow us to learn characteristics of people from different countries and many others. I will continue my argument. Student abroad programs, education programs that allow students to visit grows, country live there, and students that are weeks, months, or even for years. Student abroad is them given to a program usually to run universities that allow students to live at a foreign country attached from universities. Studying abroad is not important to continue or to current students in foreign country. Studying abroad means going to other country with the sincere of doing those much more these things and checking place of the base.
Please.
Yes, please.
What is the impact if we study abroad for our country?
Okay, I will answer. The positive impact is expanding internet network. 2. Adding equalities. 3. Developing internet equalities. 4. Gain learning experience. Thank you. I will continue my argument. And understanding of nationalism and patriotism. According to KBBI, nationalism is the idea to love one's own nationals and country. The national occupation of the Indonesia. Okay, based on my explanation before, I don't agree with our motion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was Ms. Ningsi Waga as the leader of the opposition team. I don't have to read the timing because, yeah, you know. Now it's we go back to the government team. Deputy Prime Minister, Ms. Maria Frenita Wasing, it's your turn to present your position and also argument. Time is yours.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I agree with my first speaker said that according to the Big Indonesia Dictionary, patriotism is the attitude of someone who is willing to sacrifice everything for the success and prosperity of his homeland, or it can be defined as the spirit of love for the fatherland. Ladies and gentlemen, patriotism is an attitude of love for the motherland and loyalty to the country that a person has. This includes respect for national symbols, participation in activities that advance the state, and protection and maintenance of state interest. Patriotism is a person's love for the country, while nationalism is the belief that national interests should be placed above the interests of individuals or groups. Ladies and gentlemen, nationalism comes from the word national, which means national. According to the
BOI, please.
No, thanks. The Indonesian Dictionary, nationalism is an understanding to love our nation and country. Just every citizen feels...
BOI, please.
Yes, please. Yes, please.
Choose.
Second speaker.
Okay, thanks. I don't agree with your argument because, in fact, studying abroad also provides a rise of ranges and a sense of care for issue in the country that is important to maintain, considering the distance between students studying abroad and their homeland, as considering the distance and the condition in the country. Distance here can also mean overseas students. And the condition distance care can also mean technology that can be articulate in the AC while students study at a foreign university. So, what do you think about that?
Okay, thank you. I will answer your question. In addition, many Indonesian students who continue their education abroad are even influenced by the country culture, which is not necessarily in accordance with Indonesian culture and even forgets Indonesian culture. These facts show that the spirit of nationalism of Indonesian students is still inferior to other nations and must be improved. Thank you.
POA, please. Okay,
Yes, please.
we got your point, but you say about the culture. Ladies and gentlemen, as we know, the culture not wrong or not true, just different. What do you think about that?
Please, once again.
Okay, you say about the culture. No, ladies and gentlemen, the culture not true or not wrong, just different. So what do you think about that?
Okay, thank you. I will your question. I ask. Because Indonesian students who continue their education abroad so that they are able to compete with students from other countries because of their intelligence as well as so the spirit of competing in the international world which is needed in developing the Indonesian state. Thank you. I will continue. Here are some examples of the spirit of patriotism. First, respect and abide by the laws and rules of the country. Second, participate in election and vote for leaders who are considered capable of leading will appreciate and safeguard national symbols such as flags, national anthems, and national emblems. Third, fight for the interests and progress of the country, such as by developing nationalist industries, helping victims of natural disaster, or volunteering in social programs. Fourth, maintain the security and sovereignty of the country by not allowing foreigners to do action that harm the country. Studying abroad can be an option for those of you who want to continue higher education. You can increase your insight and experience if you migrate to other countries. However, there are various considerations that you should think about before deciding to study abroad, such as exorbitant tuition fees. Therefore, you can try to choose a local college by considering the following reasons for choosing to study in country. First, tuition fees. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So that was Maria Prenita Wasing as Deputy Prime Minister. Time spent is 7 minutes and 23 seconds. Now is the chance for the opposition, Deputy of Opposition Leader, Ms. Jenny Uta. Time is yours.
Okay, thanks. My friends, as the first speaker explained about the definition and theory about the mission, and now I will explain to you about the ration. Ladies and gentlemen, I disagree from the mission because Indonesian students studying abroad participate as much as possible in activities that promote Indonesian culture so that their foreign friends know about it. There is also an overly optimistic interpretation of nationalism. It is misinterpreted
as an attitude of obedience that ignores the importance of being critical of government policy. So here, studying abroad fosters a very good spirit of nationalism to raise awareness and a sense of care for our country. Studying abroad also provides a spirit of nationalism related to concern for issues in the country that is important to maintain, considering the distance between students studying abroad and their homeland as overseas students and the condition in the country. Distance here can also mean knowledge that can be learned or can be articulated in Asia while students study at foreign university. For example, some of the lectures that the students receive at the London School of Economics or LSA explore a number of theories and concepts that we were born from the historical, political, and social context for European countries, such as Britain and France. Moreover, it is increasingly important for us to erase this distance by always caring about social, political, economic, cultural, technological issues in the country. Nationalism is a form of internal conquer, allows us to contribute significantly, and at the same time, as a student...
PY.
Yes, please.
Can you give the reason why students studying abroad?
Once again, please.
Can you give the reason why students studying abroad?
Okay, I will answer your question. I have a data reporting from Trade.gov. The government supports study abroad by Indonesian students through the Indonesia Endowment Fund for the Education, abbreviated as LPDP or Lembaga Pengelola Dana Pendidikan. Okay, that's all. Thank you. I will continue my argument. For now, studying abroad is really needed by adults nowadays because studying abroad can make it easier for us to adapt. Being away from family makes us to the independent in all aspects of life as studying abroad. From getting finance, keeping dorms room, and boarding house need, and being able to make us learn a merit of very important life skills while abroad. When in this unusual situation, we will gradually become more adaptable and learn of really on yourself. Studying abroad can also hone our language skills. In certain countries, the local population really appreciates the way foreign students speak. So studying abroad is really needed by adults nowadays. Ladies and gentlemen, studying abroad, it is easily escapable to anyone because in this case I emphasize that again I disagree for the mission. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Miss Jenny, for the speech. That's great. Now we are moving forward for the government. Whip, please give us your speech. We would like to give the opportunity for Miss Gaudensia Marina.